So please collect cards in this place. Collect numbers. And when we collect numbers, please let us network. That is what, conferences like this are for. So I'd like to call a very special dignitary. She's the special advisor to the DG of the National Information Technology Development Agency. She's going to facilitate this training. If you have any questions, if you need to, we have our protocols just standing in blue. And if you have any questions, if you need to be directed to any place, you can just ask them questions. Welcoming you once again to this beautiful conference, the GTA. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Please. Thank you. And please, can you give me a round of applause? Nobody has complimented me this morning, and I believe I look good, and you also look good, right? Okay, so I'm going to be calling Iklima Musa, who is the SA to the DG of the National Information Technology Development Agency. Please, as she comes, please, can we give her a big round of applause? She's going to facilitate this training, AI training for women in business and tech, and we also do apologize for starting very late. So please, can you come up? Please give her a round of applause. Please, can we make the energy loud in this place? Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning, everybody. It is truly a pleasure and an honor for me to stand here today to address you or to give you sort of an icebreaker as to why we're here and what we want to achieve with what we're doing today. So thank you very much. My name is Iklima Musa, SA to the DG of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA. Let me start by saying that technology is swiftly and rapidly developing, and it's advancing in a speed of light. It is not about gender equality alone when you bring people together like this. It is sort of a strategy for us to be able to bridge the consistent and persistent gap that exists between use and access of technology between men and women. Women, we know, are quite underrepresented within the spectrum and the workforce of tech. And this disparity has to be bridged, and something has to be done. And which is why we're very pleased and happy with the platform that Global Tech Africa has given us to do this. Global Tech Africa is sort of a nexus between ecosystem players. Within the ecosystem, we have several players, of which academia is a key part of it. Government should be there, risk capitalists, entrepreneurs, and corporates. Today, our lives depend on technology. We live by technology, we work by technology, we play by technology. And we cannot leave technology out of everything we're doing, because we also want to develop our nation and we want to develop Africa at large. And technology is what is going to help this happen. It's going to bring about socio-economic development, it's going to bring about social progress, is going to bring about innovation, is going to bring about competitiveness, and several other things. So we need to prioritize technology. While we're doing that, we also need to prioritize our interests and our priorities as females. And so what we want to do today, and why we have curated this program, is because we want to use AI. Everybody is talking about AI now. And when you talk about artificial intelligence, it seems like it's just a rocket science. What is artificial intelligence? You know, people usually see it as a buzzword. It's a buzzword that, people talk about it always. And the question that usually comes up with AI is it really our friend or a foe? But what we want to do today is for us to be able to use AI for our good. We know AI have its peril. We don't want to look at the other side of AI, but we want to harness it for our good. Now, part of what we want to do is the masterclass. The masterclass is going to help us with increasing efficiency and productivity in our business. It's going to help us in our entrepreneurship skills, and it's going to help us in employment. It's going to open up an employment opportunity for us. It will also help us with market analysis. It will also help us with skills development. So we don't want to be left behind. According to a statistics by Africa Development Bank, only 30% of women are represented in Africa's workforce, in the tech labor workforce. These are statistics that say something has to be done, and we will ensure that this is done through programs like this. So I'll call upon you today, leverage. We have a series of facilitators, very, very well experienced from different angles. We have AI doctors, we have AI experts in the room. So what I would call upon is for you, or urge you, is for you to pay attention to everything that is going to be taught and ensure that those things are put into use into your ventures. Whether you're coming from the informal sector or from the formal sector, please let's leverage tech for our good. So thank you very much, and I wish us a productive session.
Please, can we give a round of applause? Please, again, I'm going to be doing a lot of actively trying to engage us, make sure that we're excited and we're ready for that. And that was an awesome one from Maklima Musa, who's the SA to DG of the National Information Technology Development Agency. I'd also like to call the next person, Dr. Falilat Jimo, who is the Head of Innovation and Digital Inclusion, NITDA SWZO. Please, can we give a round of applause? Please, this time a bigger round of applause. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Iklima. You made my work so easy. She's done all the theoretical background of why we're here today. I'm just going to dive into what we want to do next. Okay? At this stage, we're going to be taking you through how you can make use of AI for your personal efficiency, for your personal businesses, for your startups. And I also do not want you to freak out, like, AI, where do I start from? This workshop is going to take you from zero to experts. So as you sit right there, bring out your pen and paper, start writing all the things you want AI to do for you. If you don't know what to write, think about a fairy in those fairyland. If I have a fairy that has a magic wand, what should this fairy do for me in my daily life, in my businesses? That's what we're here to bring to you in the next couple of days. Permit me to roll out the facilitators we have crafted for you, especially for you. We went all the way to craft the best of the best facilitator to take you on this AI journey, like I said, from zero to hero. So don't freak out if you don't know anything about techie. This is the right place. Let me roll out the facilitators you will be meeting on this stage in the next couple of days. For the Women in AI workshop, we have Theodore Ishola, Product Manager, Simplify Synergy. We have Omozino Egu, Co-founder and Director of Product Innovation, UDMine. We have Hassan Lawale, Esosa AI Travels. We have Kemisola Bolariwa, founder Nextware Technology. She's going to be bringing AI bra to detect breast cancer. You're going to see it working live. So AI is not a buzzword that resides abroad. We Nigerians have started using it to do amazing things. That you will find out if you follow this workshop. We have Francis Aborigo, founder She Emerge. We have Dr. Khadija Abdullah, founder and CEO SI Group. We have Dr. Maimun Salim, Managing Director, SI Group. The workshop is going to happen this morning till around 12:40, okay? We're going to continue on Friday in the morning, same time. And because of we've got so much to deliver to you, we're going to continue this workshop next week, Thursday, online. Never mind, don't freak out. You're not going to come to Landmark. At the comforts of your room or your offices, you'll be able to join the workshop live on Tuesday. If you have any friend that is not yet in this hall, you need to ping them now that this is the best place to be. And a couple of days, you will be able to use AI to simplify everything around you, from what you do at home, to what you do at work, to what you do in your businesses. If there's anyone that needs AI for efficiency, it's we, women, because we do a lot. We out there in our careers and businesses. At the same time, we are home taking care of so many things, and we have family needs, we have so many things. We want AI to come into our rescue as a partner, as a companion, as a PA, as an assistant, to drive analytics, as an insight, as an advisor. You will be able to learn all of that in the next couple of days. As I step down from this stage, we'll be welcoming the facilitators. And one more thing, this is not a workshop where you sit down and just listen. We have arranged a lot of hands-on practical sessions. So once you listen to introductions, you'll be able to use your devices. We will be supervising that to make sure that you have hands-on practical to take away from here today. Like I said, if you have someone you love that is in this venue today, that is not in this hall, ping them. This is the right place to be. Thank you very much. One last thing. I wanted you to realize that the entire workshop will be taking place here. So the first class you're going to have, we'll be talking about introduction to AI. The facilitator is coming on stage right now. She will be discussing everything you know about introducing you to AI. After that, then you start having hands-on session. We're going to have a mini break for you to have tea break. Please network, talk to one another. Okay, after the break, we're going to have some exhibition showing you some things that you can do that has been done with AI, and then we go to the next session. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So good to have you here. Okay. So we will kick off right away. All right. So just a quick introduction about me. I am a facilitator, a trainer, and a coach. I leverage tech to inspire, teach, and support. I'm also a digital transformation consultant, and I work creatively as a product manager. to manage software products. I have a bachelor's degree. I have a master's degree, an MBA, and also some other certifications, which I believe make me qualified to talk to you. And of course, I work closely with individuals who want to build a tech career, just to make tech simple. So in our session today, I hope I'm able to do that, because we will be looking at artificial intelligence for productivity and efficiency. Now, the key word I would like to emphasize on is generative, and you're going to see why. Okay, let's get right to it. Now, I know that AI has become a very popular word, and it just seems like, oh, it's new. But AI is not new. AI is something that we haven't really engaged with as individuals. We have just only heard about it. So during the course of my session, I'm going to quickly look at introduction to AI, the positive and ethical consideration, emphasizing your product and business needs, and every other thing you see there. I want to make great use of the time, so I will not be reading straight on the slide. All right? Do work with me. So, overview to AI. Now, AI, in simple terms, is getting computer systems or machine to interact based on the commands that we give, right? So AI is supposed to stimulate human interaction, not the human interaction, just it wants to stimulate it. So that's simple explanation. Now, the journey of AI from inception, it dates back to the 1950. That is where we had the birth of AI. And in the 2000s, there was a rise of modern AI with significant advancements. And then we started seeing major tech companies like Google, Facebook, Microsoft. They began to invest heavily in AI. Today, not just a big tech company, we can also interact with AI. And that's what brings us to generative AI. So how have we used AI in our world today? Smart assistants, where we have our phones and we get to say, hey Google, or hey Siri, you are using AI. So that's how we get to use AI in every day. Also for personalized recommendation, where just because you checked on that bag, they are recommending a matching outfit. That's how we're currently using AI. So just like every other thing, we have the positive and negative impacts, but I'm going to look at positive and ethical consideration. AI today can improve efficiency. So think about what you currently do. AI can help to improve how you do that. Improved accuracy, to limit errors, and of course, to improve your user experience. Also, the ethical consideration that we have the bias and fairness, privacy issue. I mean, how could they know that I would need, something else that looks exactly like what I just ordered. And of course, job displacement. But with the right knowledge, just like what this program, this conference is set to do, you too can become not just hearing about AI, but also use it for interactive purposes. All right. So in the course of learning about AI, we have to look at practical use for it. Now, as a business person, you need to know how best can I use AI for good, even as an individual who is looking to start business. I believe it's what makes the difference between, those who want to do it the hard way, the traditional way, and just different for you who has come here today to see how best to use AI. For every use, you need to be specific about key functions and features. Don't just say, well, AI affects everything. You need to clearly look at what areas do I need to use it. It's usually the best way to start. What areas do I need to use it? So you check your products, you check your business, and it could just be, hey, I need to send a message, or I need to reach out to more people. When you start with that simple exercise, you begin to improve on it. Also, understanding the people who need your products or who need to interact with these core areas that you have identified. Remember, the first part is identifying where you need to use AI. And then the next part is who are the people, because it will not just be for everybody, or you do not assume it's for everybody. When you've identified these people, you want to know how will these products or key features that I have crafted out, how will it serve them? It will not serve them if there is no pain. So you want to carefully identify their areas of challenges, the areas where they have pain. So your solution, which is the product which you have identified, key features, would serve these people and address their pain. Next, you want to look at how will this happen. And we usually call that a workflow. A workflow. Hey, step 1, I'm going to do this. Step 2, I will do this. Step 3, I will do this. So when you identify your key workflow, then you look at the key repetitive task. Key repetitive task. What exactly does that mean? If I decide that I want to reach out to 100 people who need to learn something new every month based on the service that I offer, or based on the solution that I provide, I want to reach them every month. There has to be a way to do that every month without you getting on it every month. So when you identify key repetitive tasks, you can put it together and you can use AI to improve on how that works. So let's explore AI for use. Generative AI. Remember I said our focus is generative AI, and that's because we are not building robots. I do not plan to build a robot. Are you? Do you plan to build a robot? Well, when that happens and we are forced to use one, we would. But we're already using some smart devices. I bet everyone here has a smart device. So in a way, you already are carrying AI in your hand. So how do you make good use of it? Now, one of the first steps to, leveraging AI is content creation. Content creation. Content is so powerful. And you hear marketing gurus say content is king. And that's because if I have a message, if I need to help you learn something, and if you have a message, the best form to communicate that message is with content. And content is not just words, right? It includes text, images, videos. So when you have a better way to build your content, to make it reach the right audience. Remember the people we identified? Remember that we also identified their problem? Now we want to create the kind of content that address the problem. Now, they say an image speaks 1,000 words. So with generative AI, we can also create images that do not only show people what we're saying, it enhances the communication. And of course, videos. So with videos, we can attend to individuals and enhance or stimulate their audiovisual needs. The next is personalization. In personalization, we want to interact with a customer or an individual to personalize it. So it doesn't feel like, well, it's for everybody. No, we want it to be for you, right? We want it to meet a specific need, a key problem that we have identified. So in personalization, we can, come up with, say, frequently asked questions. What questions is a person likely to ask? If you notice, I'm trying to move between, customer and person, because I want to make this relatable so that you do not feel like it's only, engineers or only technical people that should use AI today. It's already in your hands. It's something that you can interact with and you can make good use of it. So the next thing we have here is product recommendation. Remember, we have moved from you just knowing what AI is to how you can use it for your business, for even your personal growth, for your career growth, how you can use it. So for product recommendation, you can use the content, right? You can use the content that you have generated for product recommendation. So you can recommend to people or those individuals you have identified, you can recommend key solutions that actually meet their needs. So the next is design and prototyping. This sounds a bit technical to say, how do I start to design? How do I start to design? So one of the things that I see, say business people have challenge with is not just being able to do it, is what should be done. So what this session is addressing is just you knowing what should be done. And saying that you get to do everything is not true. So if you know, when I'm addressing someone who can do images and design, I can clearly explain to them that these are the people I have identified. This is the problem that they have. This is how I want to address the problem. And the person is able to come up with a design that can meet that need. So it's beautiful if you know how to do design. I do not, rate myself as someone who does design, but I understand what needs to be put into a design. So next, innovation. Innovation. Now, when we hear innovation, it also sounds like a technical word. Well, it may also sound very simple for you if you've heard it a lot. Innovation is really just doing something a little better, doing it just a little better. Okay? So I've done this at every stage, but I want to go back and look at it to say, how can I make it a little better? That is innovation in simple terms. So we're quickly going to look at the evaluate feasibility and impact. Why is this important? Why is this important? Now, what you have thought of during the course of, well, this talk, or when you go back and you sit down and you actually look through all of that, might require some really technical skills. So you want to look at, do I have the ability to work with this tool? Technical feasibility. Is this feasible? That can help you make informed decision. I find questioning as one of the very important means of communication, and not just with others, with yourself. So when you ask, do I have the technical know-how to do this? Am I able to work with these technical tools that are there? Do I have the ability to assess these technical tools? So that is technical feasibility. Also, you want to determine if you have a team ready, if you can find the people around you who can do this. And next, business impact. What is the impact? What is the potential time and cost saving from automating this task? And of course, how scalable is it? How scalable is it? So in using generative AI, you want to also consider integration strategies. What are the strategies that make it smooth for me? Then, how do I know that this is actually working? How do I know that it is effective? And of course, with you having, the right people around you, the right tools around you, or knowing how to find those tools, you start to work towards building, your AI skill. Not just I know it, but that I can also use it. Thank you very much.
Hey people, so firstly let me respect myself and introduce myself first. So my name is Frances Aborigo. I'm the founder of Shimerge International. So we are also working along with NIDA to bring this program to you, and we are trying to make sure you understand the use of AI. So I really appreciate our wonderful speaker, Theodora Ishola. She did a very wonderful work here. I know that the time is pretty short, but we promise you materials will be sent across to you so that you understand these things in detail, right? So the very important part of this training or masterclass is the practical session. So we're going to start. So I would like the media to be ready for me, please. So now we're going to try something. We've been listening to the speaker talk about generative AI, right? So now we're going to use something. So when we started, we said that we're going to learn how to, sorry, I'm not very good at standing on spot. So we're going to learn how to use AI, and we're going to start from scratch to professional level, right? So, and there's something I do when I'm using an AI tool. I ask it a question, especially for topics that I'm not familiar with. I'll ask it, explain this to me as a 5-year-old. So it comes, okay, fine. So explain it again to me as an 8-year-old. I'm waiting for the media, please. An 8-year-old. Okay, explain this thing to me as a 12-year-old, and you will see that. So hold on, please.
And some of the things it can do.
So hold on. So we're going to meet our first best friend today, which is Google Assistant. That's the first AI tool we're going to handle. We're going to meet a whole lot of them. So by the time we're done with this program on Friday, you'll be armed with a lot of tools. I promise you. So if your friends are not here, please give the person a dial, because he or she is missing a lot. Okay, she is missing a lot. So prepare yourself. Bring out your phones. So how many of us have Android phones here? Yeah. So iPhone users, please ignore me for a second, okay? I won't look your way. So Android users, so if you use an Android phone, that means you know Google very well, right? You have a Gmail, you have a YouTube account, like one account fits all, right? So now, there is a tool inside Google that we are not using. So sometime recently anyway, I came in contact with all the Google Workspace tools, and I was like, you can build a house with Google. I'm telling you the truth, you can. There is almost limitless reach to what you can do with Google, especially now that AI is in the picture. So we're going to look at this first one. So we're going to introduce you to Google Assistant. It's in your phone, for goodness sake, but we don't maximize it. So someone have you heard of, okay, let me ask this question. Has anyone heard of Siri here? Hey Siri. Have you heard of Alexa? Yeah, cool. So sometimes, have you befriended any of them? Have you? Okay, so this one happened recently. My brother was in his house, so it was actually a very cool day. And he was like, Alexa, how are you today? Alexa was like, I'm not feeling well today. I was like, hey, oh, AI's got emotions. If Alexa is not feeling fine, then I have every reason to be funny, Sha, and be a baby girl, Sha. Abi, if Alexa has emotions, then I should. So one good thing about them is that they make life easy. They make, when they say some people can be bored and sitting all alone at home, you know that AI could cut off that situation. Do you understand me? Is it possible? Says make best friends with AI. And trust me, they know a whole lot of things, right? Yeah, they gossip too. So let's meet Google Assistant. So we're going to watch a short video, just a few minutes. Let's know about this Google Assistant. So right now, before we start the video, okay, you can be playing the video, but if you want, pay attention. If you know a little bit about it and you want to download the application now, just go to your Google Play Store and download Google Assistant. It's a unique app. So it has a very beautiful logo, like little dots, like 3 of them that looks like a butterfly. So download it on your phone right now. So we're going to practice it as soon as we are done introducing it, okay? Okay, so this is going to be hands-on. So by the time you get home, you maintain steeze, you maintain composure. Are you for real? So please, let's have the video.
Hi, I'm Tom, and in this video, we'll be covering what Google Assistant is and some of the things it can do. Loads of people probably use Hey Google, but they're probably not aware of what it is and everything it can do. So here's what you need to know. Google Assistant is an AI-powered virtual assistant developed by Google. It was made to make life easier and can do loads of stuff like setting a timer or telling you what's on at the local cinema. One of the easiest ways to interact with Google Assistant is with your voice. It's been trained to understand more than 40 languages and several dialects too. Google Assistant relies on AI technologies such as natural language processing and machine learning to understand what the user is saying and make suggestions or act on what's been said. Because of this, all you need to do is say, "Hey Google," followed by an action, like search for cat videos on YouTube. With select devices, you can also turn on a feature called Continued Conversation. removing the need to repeat "Hey Google" every time you want to ask a follow-up question, making interactions faster and simpler. The clue is in the name. You can continue your conversation. You'll find Google Assistant in loads of places, including smartphones, tablets, smart speakers, smart displays, smart watches, laptops, TVs, cameras, and even cars. And with over 1 million actions available, there's loads of ways your Google Assistant can help you in your everyday lives. Google Assistant is great for getting you the info you're looking for quickly and easily. It's powered by Google services that you use all the time, and it's linked to your Google account, so it can bring you back results that are specific to you. So instead of having to reach for your phone, you can ask your assistant to answer questions and help settle arguments using the power of Google Search. Use maps to tell you how long your commute to work is or when your local shop closes. Search your calendar and tell you when your next hair appointment's booked for. Some of us need it more than others. Have a conversation in a foreign language in real time, powered by Google Translate. Search and play cooking videos from YouTube on your smart display. Tell you the weather forecast and if you need an umbrella. Tell you the news and tell you the latest scores from loads of different sports. Make video and voice calls from friends and family over Google Duo. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Google Assistant can be used to control your devices like Philips Hue bulbs or TP-Link smart plugs. In fact, it works with over 30,000 devices from over 200 popular brands, which is great for those of you like me who like choice when building your smart home. You can ask your assistant to do things like control your heating, I can do that over here, change your lights, cast a movie to your TV, play music, make a call, set reminders, timers and alarms, and loads more. You can also trigger multiple actions at the same time by creating a routine in the Google Home app. You can set your routine to turn on at a specific time of date or trigger it manually with a command of your choosing. For example, I can set a routine for when I wake up that will turn on the lights, play the radio and turn on the kettle. Well, that's it for now on Google Assistant. Thanks for watching. I'm off for that cup of tea. Hey Google, turn on hot drinks.
So if you want to eat eba, you can tell Google. You want semo, you can tell Google. So as it is, we have met Google Assistant, right? How many of us have used Google Assistant before? We are so few. We are so few. So today we want to increase the number of people. This is in your phone and it doesn't cost a thing. So it's not like ChatGPT that, even ChatGPT is accessible for everyone, but not everybody is comfortable to use it. Someone was like, why is ChatGPT asking me for my phone number? So to set up Google Assistant, you have to use your voice. So do you know who woke me up this morning? Google Assistant. So when I was about to go to bed last night, I know I went to bed pretty late, so I knew I would sleep off. So I called Google, hey Google, please wake me up by 4 a.m. And it was on time. So, and the way Google Assistant is meant to assist you. So some of us in situations like this, you call your friend, or probably you have an assistant, a PA, virtual assistant, and you call the person, hey Jane, please remind me I have a meeting with John tomorrow, or have this meeting, I want you to remind me. And next thing, Jane is busy with some other things, right? And forgets. Then you penalize Jane for not reminding you, but this is one trusted fellow here, right? So you're going to bring out your phone and make sure you have Google Assistant. We are not going to use it right now, but I'm going to show you some things you can do. So using Google Assistant, you can set your calendar, you can save a food recipe, you can ask questions. So Google Assistant is there to assist you. So there are things you might be doing. I'm in the kitchen, and my hands are busy, my hands are dirty, I don't want to touch my phone. But if I have Google Assistant, but this time around, you need a Google speaker if you don't want access. But if you can open the app on my phone, I have the app open right now, and I'll say, hey Google. Okay, I'll say, hey Google, I can say whatever instruction I want to say. So let me see what Google Assistant is going to say about myself. It's hearing me. Okay. Okay, hold on. So this statement I made now, let me see what Google Assistant will say about me. It's already it's already searching. So it's trying to find Frances Aborigo, even though I didn't mention my name. So it has generated a response for me now, which is not what I want. So I'm going to open it again, and I'll ask it a question. What should I ask it? Sorry? How are you doing today, Shivi? Let's try. Okay, you didn't hear me. Say sorry. Hey, Google, how are you doing today? Oh, it didn't speak out. It says, I'm fine and dandy. Thank you for asking. So I wish I can display my phone. I wish I could. So let me see. So now it's asking me to ask it to tell me a joke. So I'm going to ask it, tell me a joke. I actually clicked it. So if there were a way I could display my phone, it would have been better. So why don't you go ahead and do it on your phone? So ask it how you're feeling and see what response it generates, and ask it to tell me a joke. So it just told me a joke. He said, why didn't the melon get married? Because they cantaloped. So whatever. And it sent me a ring. So one thing about Google Assistant, let's leave the joke aside. So with Google Assistant, you can set your calendar, read your mails, you can ask of anything as long as it's something you can impute on your Android phone. Yes, Google Assistant can be installed into an iPhone. It's also accessible. So whatever you can do, set your calendars, check your mail, organize your emails, delete some mails. You can ask it to save an instruction. So I have a recipe for what? For coconut bread, more like. So and I say, save this recipe for me, coconut bread. It keeps it for you. It doesn't forget. So what if tomorrow there's another recipe for coconut bread? I can ask Google Assistant to delete that recipe and have another thing, and have something else. I can ask Google Assistant to give me a nickname and call me that nickname whenever it's responding to me. I can ask it to, probably my mom is around, and that nickname is Raz, more like my mom would like to hear it. So I would like, as my parents is coming, shall call me this one now for a period of time, and you return. So with Google Assistant, if you have your devices at home connected, you can as well ask it to take, you saw the guy, ask his Google Assistant to boil water. You can set up some devices, but there are things that Google Assistant will not do for you. Something like your heater. So you can have a timer for your devices. You can ask Google Assistant to set a timer for any of your devices, maybe your TV or anything that you want it to go off at a certain time because you want to go to bed. You can ask Google Assistant to do that as long as you have connected. So when it does that for you, but your heater cannot be left for AI. That one, it will not respond because you have to wake up and do it yourself because of safety. Now, for safety reasons, Google Assistant may not do some certain things for you. But, you know now, we Nigerians, we know how to bypass, yeah? Right? If you have a smart switch, you ask it to on the smart switch and do like say you don't know. NEPA will still catch you, Sha. You pay band A, right? Pay for band A. And pay extra for leaving your heater on. So here we are. So this is the first application that we're getting to know today. Please, I want to know if I'm still within my time. So what we're going to do right now. So how many of us own a website here? A personal website, a personal website, a personal website. So I have asked, please, I want to know if I'm still within my time, please. I want to be sure. Yeah. So I have a personal website. I have my own personal website. So I asked Google Assistant to check my website according to francesaborigo.com. Tell me who Frances is. So it generated something for me. And I said, from that, who could be Frances Aborigo's target audience? Now you see how that applies to your business. Okay? So if you want to start a business and you don't know who you should be talking to, probably because your personality or maybe something about you, you're trying to learn a master, you can use AI. So I use many AI tools. Why? Because they serve me different purposes. I put an AI assistant here and pair it with the other and find out what response aligns with me. So why am I here? I'm here to convince you that AI is here to assist you. So some days past, I was with a colleague of mine, and he was having issue for a project he delivered to a certain client, a certain group of clients, and they wouldn't pay him, and he wanted to express his displeasure, but he's not very good at writing because he's more of a technical person. And he was like, Francis, can you write this letter for me? I said, how can I write this letter when there's AI? So I was like, oh yeah, now, let's sit down and prompt this AI to give you a response. So his letter was generated in less than a minute and expressed his displeasure. You understand? So for content creators, you have AI to assist you. So I remember writing a content a particular time, and in my thoughts, I was like, I want to write pidgin English. This is naturally me. I talk to Africans, so I speak in a language they need to understand. So I asked it, get up with this for me. This is what I want to do, but put pidgin, real Nigerian English, not Kenyan, not Cameroon. Just give me Nigerian English with pidgin. And by the time it was done, I was impressed. So one thing with you is that AI is here to assist you. AI is here to make your life easier. But one important thing you need to know is that some people are afraid that AI is going to take their job. It's not going to take your job. But the person that knows how to use AI will take your job. So with that, I think we should just try something now. So since some people here have a website, so I would like you to ask Google Assistant what it will find about you from your website. If you have LinkedIn account, ask Google AI, according to your LinkedIn account, to find out who you are and tell you who you are. Okay? So if you've been able to set up, I would like to hear from you. Okay? Yeah, you're ready. So is there any possibility for her to have a microphone or something? Or are you very loud? Can you speak out louder? You want to share? Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. Correct. Cool. Yeah. 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 Yeah, cool. Thank you very much. That's cool enough. So does any other person want to share? So what we're going to do now, you're going to pretend like you're an AI, and go to your neighbor and ask your neighbor her name. Okay? So by the time you're done, I'm going to ask someone random here to tell me about her neighbor. You can leave your seat. I want you to get up right now. Let's meet each other. Let's network like AI. You understand? No robots movements here. Just move like a normal person. Meet your neighbor and ask your neighbor, what's your name? What do you do? So yeah, I know that when we started, we didn't have the time for networking, so I want us to do that just now. So you're going to respond to me, who is sitting next to you, or who did you meet today? I want us to do that in the next 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm counting. 5 minutes, 4 minutes. Okay, let me give you time to do that. So, honorable timekeeper, please keep me to time. Okay, she's not paying attention. Please let me know when my time is up. Meet our neighbors. Be the AI, Google Assistant right now. Okay, so if you feel like you've generated enough information about your neighbor, just let me know. I would like to meet your neighbor. I would like to meet the human acting AI right now because we're not AI. What is AI? Artificial intelligence, right? So we're not artificial, we are real. So right now, I believe that we've done a good job, right? So can I have your attention back now? Can I have your attention back? Hey God, gist, we like gist. We like gist. Okay. Can we be back right now? So what would you want to do with Google Assistant right now? What would you want to do with Google Assistant right now? What is it that you want to ask it? Maybe set your alarm. So are we good? Have we downloaded the app right now? God, I feel so stuck in one place. See here, I wish I can move. Okay. I wanted to come inside the stage and look for trouble, but I can't. I'm stuck here. Some people are gisting too much. Face me small. Just a few minutes. We'll go on break very soon. Yeah, they brought the chicken, but don't look there. They will think you're hungry. Look at me. So now that we are here together, okay. Some people will meet their cousins here, I shall know. But no problem, let's look at ourselves. So, what did you find out about your neighbor? So I'm going to do around, if I see you talking now, you'll be the first person to tell me. You become the first AI now. And you know you're fair, you're very beautiful with red lipstick. Please tell me, please. I was trying to ignore you. You don't want to. Oh yeah, now tell me what you found out. So tell me. Yeah, your cousins, right? Yeah, please. Oh, that's good. Okay, so tell me about your neighbor. Yeah, we are waiting. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, good morning.
My name is Toluwala.
Do you mind standing, please? So those that are sitting at the back can hear you.
Good morning,
cool.
everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Toluwala Shemakinde. So do I need to introduce what I do?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm a business person and entrepreneur.
Okay.
I'm into meat processing and supplies. So I just met Iyanu Oluwa, Olufumilola.
Correct.
So it turned out that we're from the same state, and we're both Ijebus.
Oh.
So I kind of met my cousin just now.
Oh, that's cool.
So
Yeah.
she's a fashionista. She's into sales of bags, accessories, and real estate as well.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Then I also met Antonio
Oh, nice.
Mutiu.
Okay.
He's from Lagos State Teaching Service. He's an ICT teacher.
Please
Well,
let me know if she's telling a lie. Maybe.
He's an ICT teacher, so those are the two I just met.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you very much. So let's look for those that are sitting at the back. Nobody's sitting at the back, everywhere. Okay. Okay, cool. So I think, okay, yeah. So that's it. So we've been able to meet ourselves. I think I don't have so much time on stage. We would have been able to have more fun, and I'll meet you. So very importantly, what is it that you would want your neighbor to know about you? How much of it is on the internet? How much of it is AI able to generate? You're looking for a job, you're looking for a partnership, you're looking for a contract. How much of your information can AI find out? Because we are actually going to use AI to look for you. Yes, that's the trade secret. We shall look for you, do background check. But how much of your information? Do you control the narrative? Do you control your story that is on the internet? So I asked AI to tell me, who do you think Frances Aborigo is? And if I feel the story is telling me is not aligned with the purpose or the kind of person, because we're talking about using AI for your business, right? Good. So if I'm going to use it for my business, for my career, for my development, I should be able to control the narrative, what AI can find about me online, and what is the general perception of me. Okay? So if you're not telling it, someone else is telling it, or you may not be found. Okay? So cool. Instead of sending my CV, I should control the narrative by putting out the right personality. So with that, I think I can say we've done a good job, right? Good. So we are going to have our 15 minutes break right now, right? Oh, cool. So you can continue the conversation. The doors are open. Enjoy yourself.
Thank you, Francis. Can we have a round of applause for her? She's amazing. Okay, we're going for a 15-minute break. You started networking, discussing to the next person next to you. You can take it further, but please don't leave. After the 15-minute break, stretch your legs, stretch your back, stretch your voice, okay, for 15 minutes, and we'll be back to continue the hands-on session. Like I told you, there's going to be an interlude after the next break. You're going to discover the AI bra right on this stage. So stay tuned. Don't leave after the break. Thank you. While we're enjoying our break, I'd like to know, is our 15 minutes okay? Or should we make it just 10 minutes? Are we happy to come back earlier? Should we make it 10 minutes? Yeah, I got the feeler that you don't want 15-minute break. We wanted you to stretch. You're not even stretching. So we'll make it 10 minutes, please. Let's get back to our seats in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So let's welcome you back to your seats. And because we want to continue, we're pressed for time. And I'm sure that our remaining speakers are ready and are set to continue to engage the conversations. So please, can we come back to our seats? Just make it snappy and then come back to our seats. We're about to continue. And also like to just appreciate everyone who has come to be part of this exciting conference and the speakers so far. So please, let's get ready and come back to our seats. And I think we're going to be having Francis Aborigo come back again to take us through the next set of training.
Welcome back. I deliberately said welcome back to let you know that we're looking forward to seeing you back in your seat, please. So I have the privilege to introduce the next speaker, Kemisola Bolarinwa, the founder of Nextwear Technologies Smart Bra Cup Diagnostic Device. Let's put our hands together for her, please. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. I think our previous speakers have done enough justice to AI. And I would say a very big thank you to Francis. Thank you so much for this eye-opening section using Google Assistant. That's part of the fact that I'm into deep technology. I've never thought of using Google Assistant. I didn't even have it downloaded on my phone. I just did that right away. So thank you for that. So I'll start using it, for my daily activities. So thank you for having me for the section. Like our honorable moderator said, my name is Kemisola Bolarinwa, and I'm the founder CEO of Nextwear Technologies, the inventor of the bra that could detect earlier stage of breast cancer in women. And how did I come about this, or how does the solution works? Please, media, if you can help with that video. Let me give a brief background. Like I said, I'm a woman in deep technology, a robotics and embedded system engineer, but I'm using technology to solve health challenges. So I'm working in health space. And one of the key tools that we are using is AI with hardware and AI. So for the software part, we use AI. So that makes AI a wonderful tool in the health space. We've had a lot from our speaker that explained to us about AI, how you can use AI, the aspect where you can use AI. But for me, I'm using AI in healthspace. So for my solution, the bra, it's for early detection of breast cancer, actually. We embedded ultrasound technology, but that is not enough because the normal traditional technique is mammography. Mammography, you have to go to the hospital, they squash the breast, Sorry, I think we have, it's a women's section, so pardon me if I'm talking about all this. So I assume that the men here, they are he for she. Now, they are he for she, please. Permit me to say the words, to be kind of feminine. So, mammography, do the squishy squashing of the breast, and after doing the scanning, the diagnostics, you come with a picture. So you still need a radiologist or a physician now to interpret the image for you. Likewise, using ultrasound. I mean, majority of us have gone through ultrasound scanner before, using ultrasound probably for babies to check the a pregnant woman or in one way or the other. So you still generate a picture, and you still need to go further to someone that can interpret the picture for you. But here is the magic, which is AI. That doesn't require you looking for a physician or looking for a radiologist or a doctor to interpret the image or to interpret your health results. Now, it's not just about scanning, it's not just about diagnostics. You can use AI in other aspects of healthcare, and I'm very sure we've heard about that. We are not just hearing about it, about AI in healthcare. So AI in healthcare has come to enhance what the traditional way of practice is doing. We are not taking them, AI is not taking them out of market, because I remember when I met one physician, when we were looking for data set to train our AI, they told us that, oh, we are taking them out of job. We want to take over their job. I was like, no, we are not taking your job. We are only strengthening what you're doing. We are not taking your job, just for easy access. And that is what the first industrial revolution skills are bringing, like AI, to make life easier for us. While you're in your house, you can get yourself scanned, you can get yourself to know the status of your health right in the comfort of your home without you going to book. In fact, we are so lucky in this part of the world. In some countries, you have to book appointment for 2-3 weeks before you see your doctor to assess you. But here you can you have access to doctors. But in a situation whereby you have to wait for 1 month, 2 months before you get an appointment with a doctor, what do? And that is where AI is coming in. Let me go straight to what we've done. Like I said, it's ultrasound technology. We have to look at the existing technology of scanning women's breasts. And we're like, oh, we can't use mammography because of the radiation. Let's go for ultrasound. And we came about this. We embed ultrasound in the bra cup. So while you are in your house, you don't need to go for, start looking for where you do your mammography, start looking for where you're going to do your breast ultrasound. You have the device that scans the breast with the sensor that have been embedded in it. They scan the breast and they send your results to an electronic device. It can be a phone, it can be a laptop or tab, any device. So on the laptop or on the electronic device, you see the image of your breast point blank. You're going to see it's a grayscale, like black and white, not 3D imaging. So you're going to see it, and this is where the magic, because I like calling AI magic, because it's a magician. So when you see this image on your phone, on your tab, or your computer, what do you do with it? Do you even know what that is? Then the magic comes in, the AI. So immediately the image pop-ups on your phone. The job of the AI is to tell you what your status is, if it's benign or if it's normal. It's as simple as that. And I will tell you, this is going to save millions of lives, because majority of the mortality rate we have in cancer or breast cancer is as a result of the late detection. And that is why we've implemented AI to help with early detection. So by the time you have this device, AI powered in your house, you can check yourself often to know your status. And if you see any changes in your breast, you run to the hospital. Like I said, we are not taking the job of a physician. AI is not taking anybody's job. Francis said something that AI is not taking anybody's job, but for people that doesn't know how to use AI, it's going to take them off. So it's better for us to start using it, to learn how to use it, and if possible, to also be a creator of AI. It's very important, because data, we can't be using Western world information, to develop our health. We are different people. Our way of life, our style, way of doing things are different. So we have to start creating our own AI, generating our own AI here to make Africa, to make Nigeria a better place. So we stop using white data set for our own data here. So that's simply how the bra works. And this application is now being used in MRI. I don't know, maybe you have any medical practitioner here. A medical professional will agree with me that MIR results takes about 24 hours to 48 hours for them to be able to study, because when you submit the results to your doctor, they will need to go through it. It takes them 48 hours or less, 24 hours to study and to tell you what that result is saying. But AI will let them know it within a twinkling of an eye. It's for you to just get your phone, scan the result on the AI app, and the AI go there where you have your pool of data. It fetch out what the result is telling about, saying, and immediately prompts the doctor, this is what the result is saying. So that actually saves life. Instead of you wait someone that is dying, waiting for 24 hours or 48 hours to get the result before starting treatment, you have AI within a twinkling of an eye, the results have been given, then treatment commence. So AI is part of what I would call a life-saving tool, technology tool, a tool that the F4IR, Fourth Industrial Revolution, have given to mankind. That is it about AI in health. And like our previous speaker said, AI are also using other aspects, not just health alone. Like I said, I'm into deep technology. I'm not just a user of AI, I'm a creator of AI. So AI is used in every aspect of our dealings of our daily lives, business, as a startup. In fact, it's a tool for me as a startup. You know, as a startup, we don't really have the capacity to employ more people. You know, you have to conserve your funding. So AI have been a tool for me. Let me talk about myself. Let me speak for myself. In my business, you know, marketing, or I want to create content, there's an AI tool that can help you. Just prompt it. It will give you a schedule for, like, in fact, a month's schedule of you're posting on social media, and they'll be posting it, even telling you the target audience and all of that. So this AI has come to assist us, either women in business, you know, a stay-home mom, it doesn't matter. We can use AI in our daily lives to help us. And that is my take, and that is how I'm using AI, and I think it's impactful, and I think it's also inspiring. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kemisola Bolaria. Can we give her another round of applause, please? I actually pleaded for her to come back. This is now. Thank you. Okay, perhaps you have some personal questions you'd like to ask her with regards to AI before she goes down on the stage. Any question from the audience? No question? Can we allow her to step down the stage, right? Okay. Oh, thank you so much. Another round of applause, please, so she sits down. Okay, thank you. I remain Dr. Falila Jimo on this stage. I'd like to bring back Mrs. Francis to take the last round of this workshop on e-commerce and how to use AI on your e-commerce business. Please support her with some round of applause. Thank you. So this is the last round of the workshop. We continue on Friday. Let's put that in our schedule and ask Google Assistant to put that in our schedule for Friday. Thank you.
Yeah, nice to be back again. So my name remains Frances Aborigo, the founder of Shimerge International. So I'm coming here not as AI, Google Assistant person. I'm here to talk about your market. So I'm waiting for the media to talk about that. So now, we have visited our first AI tool. So what I want to encourage you is that we're going to have another practical session with higher tools. So if you stay to the end of today's event, this session or this masterclass, you're going to learn another tool. So we're going to introduce you. We're going from small to bigger. So if you miss the end, that's the biggest. So just be getting ready. Then after today, we are still going to come back tomorrow, then Friday. So on Friday, we are going to go on hands-on training and other tools. So if you have your friends or someone that should be here that is not here yet, please let them. Friday is cool to come out, right? So encourage your friends to come out. We want to have a full hall because our goal is to reach as many women as we can. Yes, we dream leadership positions where women are taking decisions, women are building tools. So one funny thing that I've experienced is I've worked with women. So between last year, for the past, let me say 1 year, 2 years now, I have worked with a minimum of, like teaching, a minimum of, a session took like 98 to 100. The second one was about 130 students, and they were all women. So after that, I had mentorship programs, mentorship sessions. I worked with all women, and they delivered app within 2 weeks. I'm talking about from scratch, from research, from ideation to production, delivery, and hosting of applications within 2 weeks, all women. So there is no way you can tell me that women are not skilled. And the reason why we are here is to reach those that haven't been able to maximize or use these tools. Okay? So you see ladies that are putting on these t-shirts, ask them anything. I'm so confident. Yes, I'm so confident. Why? Because these are women that have gone through series of trainings and are confident to show up for themselves. Not just because they want to do business, but they are confident to use the available tech and emerging technology leadership positions and all the things that are available for us right now and maximize it. So there is nothing like, I know Sabi tech. I'm not a techie person. That's not even a word anymore. It's gone off the dictionary. There is no techie person. There's no tech bro or tech sis. These are tech mamas. I have kids. We all have families. And we are all showing up. So there is no excuse. I'm telling you, this is my 8 years working remotely. And I have seen myself grow using of tools that are available for me. So today we're going to be talking about market information and e-commerce. So we're going to be using tools, necessary tools. You don't like my water? Oh, okay. Oh, I can use that. Oh, I was even thinking of that one. So I don't want to take our time. I'm not going to dwell on the slides, but I want us, because our goal is to be more, I want to be involved. I want to know what you're thinking. I want us to work together, right? So if I'm going to talk about the slides, I might lose you. So I want to see your face. If you frown, I know. If you smile, I know. If you sleep, I eye you. I would nudge your neighbor. That your neighbor that knows you very well will help me do the job. So now we're going to be talking about markets, e-commerce. So how many of us have heard the word digital marketing before? How many of us have heard the word marketing before? So do you understand what marketing is about? Can somebody help me? What do you understand by the word marketing? Nobody is judging. If you want to speak your language, Google Assistant will translate. But shall tell me, what do you understand by the word marketing? A quick one. Fastest finger. Okay, go ahead. And he's actually a guy, Sha. Buying and selling, correct. Who else? Ma'am? Correct. Did you hear that? I will not repeat it. So, all the process, let me repeat it. All the process you go through between taking your goods from where it's produced to the market and to your consumers, right? Cool. So, anything about marketing is all about getting that thing that you're doing, taking it to the market, Abi, or taking it to the person that needs it, right? So you have skills, you have services, you have ideas that you don't know how to sell, right? And I know one of the biggest things most people, smart people and creative people have is the issue of putting price in their product, right? Today is not the day for that. We are trying to understand how we can get our business to the market, right? So we understand what it is in the market. We talk about e-market. So when we talk about e-market, we're talking about the internet space, right? The digital space. Now, how many of us owns a phone here? Every single one of us, if you don't own a phone here, maybe you lost it. Me, I know. So every single one of us here have a phone. Now, for the fact that everybody has a phone, that means that if I want to reach you now, the best option is something that I know that you cannot not have, right? Which is your phone. So how many of us have a website? Now, how many? See, just 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, 5, 6, 7. But we all have phones. Now, how many of us own a business here? Amazing. So it seems like there's nobody that doesn't have a business here. Even TikTok business, influential marketing, influencer, TikTok dancer, YouTube vlogger. That's business, if you know how to. So every single one of us have a business here. And we understand that taking your business to the internet is e-commerce. Now, you want to take your business to the internet, and you own a phone, and your next door neighbor owns a phone, and the person sitting by your side does what? Yet, you have not made it possible for that person to find you. So the person has to dress up, come over to your shop to buy. Now, what are you doing to yourself? You're underselling yourself. Now, understanding market size, growth trend, key players. Let me talk about market size. Because a lot of us will say, I sell shoes, I sell leather, I sell these things. But let me tell you the truth. What is the percentage of that market? What is the share of that market you are exploring? So let's say the internet market, the internet business now is worth $600 million and is still growing as at the last time, the last research. And you are making less than $2,000. For those that understand, Naira is how much now for $1? So bring out your calculator. We do math now, small. 1.6. You multiply it by 2,000. What does that mean? So if you're making far less than that, what are you doing to yourself? There is a big water, and you decide to drink trickles. Do you get me? Now, understand that you are in a very big market, but you're selling little. So what does that mean to you? You are not reaching the right people. So what do? You dress up and do the right thing. So understanding the size of your market is very important. So many of us will not know how to calculate market size, market shares, market everything, whatever it is. Ask who? Ask Google. No be insult too. I say ask Google. Ask Google. Ask Google. You go calculate them. So there is my favorite AI tool right now is Copilot anyway. Aside from Google Assistant, may know this. I use Copilot. And why do I use Copilot? I use ChatGPT. I use all of them, but I just feel it's very interesting how Copilot responds to me, so I spend more time chatting with it. So with Copilot, if you have access to that, you can download the tool now. You can download Copilot app on your phone. It's for, if you have Microsoft Edge browser on your system, you can access Copilot. But if you don't, use an Android phone, or, I don't know about iPhone, I don't use iPhone. Yeah, it's a confession. So you can go into your app store, download Copilot now, log in with your details because you have to log in. Then when you log in, you ask this question: how do I calculate the market share or the market size for leather shoes or women undies? You are into women underwears. So how do I calculate? Because if you don't have an understanding of how big your market is, you undersell yourself. So I want you to understand that if you're playing small, you're not doing yourself good. You're leaving a lot of money on the table first. So you're into ed tech, you want to teach children, now that it's holiday period, vacation, so you want to help them to grow in their knowledge of AI, because you're a front-end developer, back-end developer, one thing. You're very good at it, and you know you can pass the knowledge to young children. You see the future in them, and you're going to teach them, but you have only 2 students, one family that like you. Get me? What are you doing? You're not maximizing e-commerce. You're not maximizing the available things, resources you have in e-commerce. And what are they? So you have Google My Business to set up your account there. So whenever anybody Googles, they can find you. You can search for keywords that people used to look out for, So I'm not going into that now, into details now. I want to go back to how do I get my business online, right? So how do I get my business online? Please, timekeeper, please make sure I don't overshoot, please. Oh yeah, cool. So right now, I hope I'm not in a classroom. If I'm getting boring, just wave me like this, eh? I'll increase the fire, sha. Anyhow, maybe we'll go dance. So right now, I want you to understand that whatever business you want to do, you really need to understand your market size so you know where you are playing. So probably I'm starting up a leather business, and I know that indeed, I don't know so much about leather business, but I know how to make shoes. But I want to make, what is it that I'll be making that is worth the effort, and what is worth in the market? So maybe this market can make me a leather shoe. I can be selling it for 50,000 and I'm selling it for 5,000. You see the difference, because you don't know the worth of what you have. You understand me? So how can we use AI to make this possible? So firstly, you need to have your own website. If you don't have a website, it's not a problem. Google has given you everything you need. Social media, LinkedIn, Instagram. Then you have Google My Business. So if you want to know how to, there's not enough time for me to teach you all that. You can go on YouTube. You will learn a lot of tools. Everything, the Google tools, Google Workspace. You can Google your business or Google find my audience. Google can tell you who your audience are, but do you know how to ask Google or AI to find your audience? How? So people will come online, or maybe want to prompt or ask a question, ask AI a question and say, Google, who are the target audience for Frances Aborigo? Probably you may not get what you're looking for, because you really want to understand your business. One word cannot give you a response. So what do? Let me give you a hint of how I prompt. I prompt a generative AI tool. I start with, who am I? So probably I'm organizing a tech conference, and my target audience are women that want to transition to tech, or women that are out of bootcamp trainings, or women that have had a break in their job. They now want to go through tech to build their career. So I shall make my statement straight, right? So when I introduce who I am, introduce who my target audience are, then I can now ask it what I want to ask it. So these are my target audience. Please, can you create a customer journey map for my training program? And what is that training program? I describe the training program for the conference I am holding. You get what? You're going to get a better response than, I need a training program outlined for women that are attending a tech conference. You see how the progress was? You see how the progress. So generative AI needs to understand you. I remember a particular young man trying to ask, was it ChatGPT, any of the AI tools, and he was asking him a question. He was like, I'm feeling so sad today. My mom said something harsh, and I want to send her a response, and this and that, that and this. He expressed himself. So don't be afraid while creating a prompt or asking an AI tool a question to write a newspaper. You can send a paragraph, you can read it. You understand me? In the course of requesting a response from any AI tool, I type everything as the follow enter my mind. By the time I'm done, it gives me a response that is exactly the way I feel. So the particular day the young man was asking me a question that he needed to send a feedback to his clients that were not responding, and he wanted to express his feeling. I expressed that feeling. I gave it to the AI. By the time he came back, the guy was like, okay, this is it. All he needed was just to change the figures, add the figures where it is, and sent it. He got a response. I remember standing in a banking hall one day. I was having an issue with my account, and I was to respond to them. Then I had this opening. It was a contract I wanted to apply for. So I was in the queue waiting for the response. I wasn't feeling happy because they were not responding to me the way I wanted. And it came to my mind that I should send this application right now. In the banking hall, in the queue, with all the emotions going on. What did I do? I took my phone. I didn't ask Google. I didn't ask anybody. I used Telegram AI. You are surrounded by AI. You can't run away from it. So in case you're thinking it's spiritual, it is not. It is AI. So I used Telegram AI. I wrote the letter. I applied for it. I got the job. I didn't write anything. I didn't think about anything. All I needed to write my name and fill in the right words that I needed. So if you know how to, AI is there to assist you. Okay? How are we doing? So now I'm going to do something right now. I need a volunteer. So you're going to tell me about your business. Let's walk through how you can get your business online. So I think I should, her hand has been up since. Oh, okay, you've spoken before. Can I give her a chance to? Yeah. So can someone help her with the microphone?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Fumi Ewajesu. My company name is Vine Life Global Ventures Limited. We are producers of cold-pressed coconut oil and other coconut products. So what we were...
That's what you're into. You're into coconut oil?
Oil, yes.
Okay. So do you have a website?
No, I use Google websites.
You use Google?
Yep.
You use Google Space, right?
Yes.
Good. And do you have a link? Do you know the name you can be identified as, you know?
Yes.
So if I type that name, I'm going to find you on Google. Cool. So she has taken the first step to take her business to the internet, right? So anybody, anywhere, even if you are in Sweden, you will find her. And then you can now contact your cousin that is traveling to Sweden to put it as extra load to come over to Sweden for you. Sure? Or she will deliver it to you. There's always the logistics company. So let me not digress. So she has already done the first step of taking her business online. So next thing is, on that your Google account, do you have review?
Yes, sure.
And people are giving you review?
Yes.
Why are we here? Can we go home now? Okay, so I'm very excited listening to you. Why? Because you're not like us. We are pretty young, and we will be underestimating you, thinking that this mommy doesn't know so much. But you're doing far better than a lot of us, aren't you? Isn't she? Cool.
Thank you.
So let's keep going. I don't even know why she's the one that raised her hand. She's making my work easy for me right now because, do you know AI? Do you know AI? She's already using AI by setting up her account there. She's getting reviews, she's getting found. She has done her job for search engine optimization. She has done a good job over there, but we are still coming to that, right? Okay, cool. So I don't have anything against you having a website. I really wish you do. I really wish you do. But it doesn't still stop you from doing business. There's always somewhere to start, right? So now you have a website, you have your review. Okay, cool. Have you ever done an advert? Have you ever performed an advert online? Maybe Google Ad or YouTube?
I didn't do Google Ad, but I do Facebook.
She has done
ads.
Google Ad. Don't worry. Leave every other thing. She has done Google Ad. Everybody. So a lot of us are afraid to spend money. It's money used to make money. So you cannot tell me you cannot perform an advert for people to know that you exist, right? So I hope you're taking note of this. If you haven't done any of them, if you've not taken a step to do any of these things, you can see why you are far away in your market share, right? So this slide is very, very, it has everything inside of it. We're going to give it to you, but not today. Yeah, after the program. We're still going to have a virtual session where we're going to learn more tools. Please, I hope I'm still within my time, please. I don't like wasting time. Oh, cool. So with that, you will have access to the slides. Maybe we can run through it to see what it is. So now she has a website. Okay, not a website. She has her business online. She has review. She has done an ad for her business. And do you have a way of getting the number of people that purchase from you or make contact with your account? Do you have any form of a list of people? Yes, your customers. Is it online or on your phone? On your phone. Okay, it's about time we have a system of managing them. So there are tools you can use. I will just mention their names. There are tools for managing your, more like customer relationship management, like CRM. We have Brevo, we have HubSpot. We're going to learn how to use HubSpot later, not today. So if you miss the other days. We're going to teach you how to use HubSpot and a lot of them tools we want to pack and give you. Why? Because we want more business to thrive. Okay? You must not all be tech Cs or tech mommies, but you know how to use tech to your advantage, right? Right? Cool. So And also understand that your business is not for your locality. I think we have cross-border e-commerce and customers. You can sell to people outside your country. Sell extendively. So I remember, ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm taking your time. So I remember going somewhere. I was carrying a bag I bought then, one nicely crafted bag that is almost nothing to them that own it, from Ghana. I've had this bag for, about 10 years now. And I went to an event and one woman was like, oh, this bag I've been looking for so many years. And to me, that bag don't tire from my hand. And next, I was having a conversation with someone from Kenya. I was like, and he was telling me that they make craft. I was like, somebody's looking for you in Nigeria. So you understand, people need that connection. That is why e-commerce is very much important. Don't tell me that because you're making shoes, people take shoes and travel. Trust me, Crocs that you're enjoying now, is there any part of the world that nobody wears Crocs? And it seems to be cheaper in Nigeria. It won't be cheapest in Nigeria, right? So people will travel with it. They will press it until it's inside their box, then they travel. So what advantage do you have? Is for you to open your mind. It starts from here. Open your mind. Understand the market you're dealing with. This market is way too big, and you're playing small. So maybe you're selling slippers. Don't underestimate it. Look out for your target audience and keep growing. Because the moment you stop growing, you do what? You start retrogressing. Because technology is moving faster than you and hinge on what you have available. So what else? So now we talked about your customers now. There is a way to manage them. So there is something we call customer segmentation. So you know those that are interested in this particular shoe. So you know when to send a message. We have a new arrival. You understand? But that one used to buy 5K is now 50K. And the person received your mail twice or 3 times, probably 4 times. I was like, I've been seeing this shoe. I think I should buy. Okay? So that is follow-up for you. You get me? So there is a way you should create a way to send them mails. Remember that your barber used to show up when your hair started growing. You understand that trick? Your hairdresser will remind you that just to greet you, to remind you that it's time to make your hair again, right? So you too, what stops you from doing that in your business? Taking your business online is to put a structure that will help you reach more people, manage that relationship, and keep expanding, okay? Okay? So that's why we are here, to give you tools that will help you do that, expand. So is there any other question that I want to ask you? I don't want to start asking you of your finances right now, but I know that you've done a great job for yourself, right? Please clap your hands together for our ma'am. Thank you very much. So I don't have anything to tell you now as much as what you've already done, you understand, because we are building startups, right? So how about that person that has the tech idea? You have built a tool, you've built a solution, right? You built a solution and you don't know what next. Okay? I could give you a series of places you can go and check out, but one thing you should know is be bold enough to pitch. Get me? They don't bite. Those people that used to sit in this place and be asking you about your business, they don't bite. They are there to help you. Do not be afraid. So if you need to know how to pitch, these are things you will get to learn later. Pitch your product to people that have resources to help you. They see more than you do. Some of them will end up mentoring you, teaching you, giving you tools to build better. But if you don't show up, nobody will know you exist. So for someone that doesn't have an e-commerce shop and has a tool or any way to be seen online, what will happen to you is like owning a product and not opening your shop. So how will people know you exist? So the major thing I want to leave you with today is understand the market size you're dealing with. Are you into ed tech? Are you into agri-tech? Are you into climate tech? Any of this tech or whatever it is you're building, understand the size, know the fraction you are dealing with and know how to increase it. I'm not saying you should take over 50% of the market share, but you know that you're playing, you understand without anybody telling you you're playing small, right? Okay? So does that help? I would like to take any questions. Does anyone have a question for me? Because I want us to round off here so we can get to meet our next AI tool. I'm not having a track of my time anymore. I believe I have... yeah. So, okay. So while I wait for your questions, does anyone have a question? Okay, thank you. Yeah, you have a question. Telegram AI.
Yeah, I wanted to know, is it the main Telegram?
The main Telegram has AI. Yeah, go to your dashboard. You will see the icon. Telegram AI there. Before, they used to advertise it and tell you that Telegram AI now exists. You know of WhatsApp AI. You know of WhatsApp AI. You know Telegram AI. So you're surrounded. Google Assistant. You have a lot of them. Copilot. Is there any app that doesn't have AI assistants now? So there is almost none of them. Why don't you use them? They're very handy. So can you run through the slides now? My time is up. Okay, so that's English written there. So the most important thing is for you to practice what you have learned. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. The information getting to me now is that for our next session, which is more of the practical session, we want to introduce you to Sales SQL. How many of us know Sales SQL? Okay, we don't. So there's another one to help in your business and your marketing, and also finding who your target audience and who you should reach, okay? And they're having a bit of a technical issue right now. Yeah, they're having a bit of a technical issue that we want you to see it done, okay? We want you to see it live, and I hope that they sort that out quickly so that we will get it done. So I'm open to your questions. Can we talk about markets? Okay, so can we look through the slides? Okay, you say I can use this thing. So how can I go to the very first? I should keep, okay. So we can see that the global e-commerce market has grown substantially. We're talking about $4 trillion as at 2023. So by now, it has increased because more of us have joined the market, right? And growth trends, key players. So every business has a competition. You know that. So that's more reason why you should not be sleeping, because your competitor is not sleeping. And probably you are the competition now, okay? So whatever you think you're doing right, trust me, someone else is learning from you to become your next competition, and that's why you should not slack. So there are also the big boys in the house, right? The key players. So these are the people that are going to give you tough time, but they are there to let you learn, okay? So market research, understanding platforms and tools like Shopify. I can't go through all these things if I really, really want to, get into this and have us have a more practical session. So this material will be given to you, but even as it is right now, it is summarized, okay? It's very well summarized. So we're going to do something. So while we're waiting for them to give me a signal that everything is fine and playing, let's go back to, so planning our calendar. So I just want to talk about something now. So I used to have this thing that people get to call me. I say I have my card here. So when I give you my card, you just feel like it's cool. Yeah, I'm going to call Frances now. And then I'm on the call for like forever. Or maybe I'm having this call and another call coming in. So I decided to do something. So I used Calendly. How many of us use Calendly here? Oh, that's great. But still few of us. That's life is easy. Life can be easy, honestly. So using Calendly, okay, let me not even judge. So probably someone is using another calendar management, time management tools. Do we have any other person? Aside from Calendly. So Calendly is the easiest. Sorry, ma'am. Google Calendar. Yes. Like the other day I was talking with the other, I said, my best friend is Google Calendar. Yes, it saves you a lot of stress and a lot of clash and forgetfulness. So Calendly helps me a great deal that I'm sleeping. All I need is a notification. Oh, someone booked a call with you. That's amazing. So I show up. And one thing Calendly does for you is that you have, the person books the call with you, tells you why he or she is calling you. So you already know where she's coming from, at least to prepare if you need resources to be provided ahead of time. And you have the person's phone number, so in case the time is getting to, you can as well reach out the person. And I did not lift a muzzle to get that sorted. So I'm in my house, and we're like, Stella just booked a call with you on Friday. So I've made sure that my time is managed, okay? So you're not telling me that you're overwhelmed or you're stretched because someone else booked a call and the other one and you can't say no. So it helps you to put some things in place, okay? So Calendly is one tool I use. Another tool I use, especially when it comes to communicating with my customers, is Brevo. Brevo is a good tool. You can send mails and automate your mails. Brevo is not the only one. So if you search for CRM tools, you're going to find a whole lot of them on the internet. So whichever one that aligns with you, and it's very easy. And some of us use MailChimp to send emails and messages to your clients. All these things are tools that are meant to assist you. And trust me, they are all AI assistant. How many of us know how to use, have heard of Notion before? Notion. Do you know you can write a book with Notion? Okay, let me not go there. So some of us are course creators. Do you know you can create a course right now in this room within the next few minutes with AI, generate a complete course and sell it? So just a few of us. There are a lot of tools right now. They are there. They will give you all the things. As long as you understand, don't go and give us cheap courses that someone will take the course after paying for it and come and drag you on Twitter. Me, I will not answer you. I will not defend you. I have Twitter. I will join them. I'm like, yeah, are you serious? So the good part of it is that you have a whole lot of assistants and you can use them. So are we getting any positive feedback? Nada. Okay. So still on it. How much time do we have? Because if we don't have enough time to do this today, we would continue. Oh, we do. Oh, we do. We have 30 more minutes, right? Yeah. So now, since our tools are coming up on their own, so let's do something. So if you know your neighbor very well, should I just do a random search now? I'm not going to ask you to say, so I'm going to point to someone. I hope your neighbor has not moved. Because if he or she has moved, then you have to answer on his or her behalf, but nobody here to say who is that. So, okay, with that notwithstanding. So can someone, let me see who is sleeping or who is not sleeping. I hope you're not looking down so that I will not point. Okay, this side, let me go this side. So yeah, you already know, you're already looking at me, you're smiling. So please tell me about your neighbor. Yes, you've met your neighbor. Yes, you're the one. So tell me, what is she into? What does she do? You understand?
Good morning. My name is Kadiri Medina. So I'm a business administrator of Bounty's Charity Initiative. No. So my neighbor is Mrs. Janidu Aliyu Aminat. She's a business manager of Manila Enterprises. She also has a BOS agent of First Bank, Nigeria. She's asking you if that is true. Yes. And she's also a volunteer of business of Bounty's Charity Initiative. She's a volunteer of Bounty's Charity Initiative. So that's all. As I said before, I'm Kadiri Medina. Okay, I'm a graduate of business administration. Okay, and I love cooking, traveling, and helping the needy. And as I said, I'm a business administrator of Bounty's Charity Initiative. which is an initiative that assists women, that's the widows, the divorcees, and the matured singles. So we run different workshops, we have seminars, we have health talks. So we are also into assisting the women through, if you have anybody that has any mental issues, we also assist in that area. We actually do more of initiative. We don't do monetary aspects. So then what else? We also do workshops,
Okay.
seminars.
Yeah, cool. Okay, thank you. So I want to ask you something. You organize workshop, conferences, and all that. Are they physical events or online?
Okay, we do have the physical events. We have
Online events. You have a website?
Yes, we do.
What's the last time you had a conference or you hosted an event?
Okay, the last time we had a conference was, no. Yes, it was this year. We had our we had our Ramadan events, because anytime we have Ramadan, this thing.
I'm trying to hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, your voice is not so clear, so I'm trying my best. Yes. Yes.
Okay, sorry, am I loud enough now?
Okay.
So the last event we had was for Ramadan. So anytime, because it's a Muslim NGO.
Okay.
So anytime we are having Ramadan, we normally have an event, a virtual event, where we talk on Ramadan.
Okay, it's actually a seasonal event, right?
Yes.
Before you collect all the space, another person will use to introduce themselves. Thank you very much. Can you join your hands together for her? Thank you. So there are so many people here. They organize events. That's beautiful. So I want you to understand that what you're doing is not just for the locality. You understand me? You can reach a wider audience. And one thing about me, one thing I always encourage every business owner is that don't stop learning. So you are into this, and maybe you're into bags and shoes and you're settled with it. But there are sometimes women's accessories are much more than bags, right? So maybe you can add extra, probably purse, leather, products, shoes. Next, you have wristwatches. But as long as you have access to growth, please keep expanding, right? So now I want to listen to someone that has a startup he or she founded. I want someone that can come and market herself or himself here. You founded something, you've built something, but you don't have so many, whether you have people or you don't have, I want you to share about it. We want to understand your market. How much do you know about your market? Okay, is anyone bold enough to do that? Oh, that's amazing. Please come on. Give her the microphone. Yeah. So cool. What was?
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Yes.
My name is Faith Ochonudawa.
Okay.
I'm an ed tech startup.
Okay.
I am into IT academy. I do digital technology. I develop websites. I also have small thing to do.
Yeah.
So I engage them by giving them percentage and then employing them as interns to practice what they have taught.
Yeah.
So I do coding class for them. Now, most secondary schools have been able to incorporate technology, but they do scratch programming. It's just like a university doing Fortran in 2024. Now, scratch programming should be for children within 6 and 7. My son is 5. I've already introduced him to scratch programming. So secondarians, I encourage them to go into graphics design and also go into front-end development, probably the peripheral aspect of it. So that is what I do. I develop websites. For those people that are into businesses, you can come, we can have like a partnership where I will do your website at a discounted rate. And then for people that are into online spaces, I'm open for collaboration, whereby if you are into an educational technology system where you train online, I have a physical space. In Nigeria, we have trust issues. So for those your client that cannot incorporate your online platform, you can come, we have a collaboration where I teach physical, you teach online, I give you my client, you give me your client, and we go on a 50% benefit. Thank you.
That's beautiful. That's great. So can you hold on? Can we hold on? Can you hold on? Let's talk about your business. So do you have staff?
Yes, I do.
And they're from those young children that you have access to, right? They're from university?
No, I have.
From secondary school, right?
No, I have mixed.
You have
the secondary ones that did summer trainings with me previously, like I give them opportunity to come back as interns. Where I place them on a stipend and then they utilize whatever knowledge they have learned. while I outsource for professionals to join me in training because I can't take everything on my
Oh,
own.
yeah. So, do you do the website? Do you design the website by yourself?
I do.
And you write the codes yourself?
I do. So
And you are the boss?
Yes.
Do you see something? Do you see something? Are you overwhelmed?
Yes.
So that's not good for your business, okay? So I heard someone say something recently. You are a big part of a small business.
Yes.
So there's a possibility for you to be a small part of a big business. Why don't you get people that can assist you?
Oh, sorry,
Now-
I think I got you wrong.
Okay.
I outsource. So
You
for example-
outsource?
Yes. So for example, when I'm developing a website,
Okay.
and I have UI UX designer at my beck and call, though I do this.
And you have a family?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have UI UX designer as my beck and call. I also have a front end developer, a back end, and a software tester.
Oh, yeah.
So I take a part of it
Wow.
that will not really take every aspect of my life, so that I can also get other jobs.
Other job.
So I only supersede and to make sure that whatever breakdown we have is being followed through.
Okay, how old is your business?
3 years.
3 years.
Yes.
Okay, cool. How many are your staff?
7 to 10.
7 to 10?
Yes.
7 to 10.
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, that's cool. So that's okay. So I want you to understand something. You cannot stop there. You're still starting, right? Just like I said, is a startup. So we're here to understand how to build our startup. And you have a website.
I do.
Do you have online training platform where you don't show up every day?
Yes.
You have pre-recorded.
Yes.
You host it on your site, or you use you
I use
embed
Zoho
from
Meet.
YouTube.
I use like a Meet for the classes.
You use YouTube for your classes.
No. I use Zoho meetings.
I didn't hear you.
Zoho meetings.
Zoho.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, that's nice. So you have something going on there. And what is the size of your students?
Give or take 10 to 15. It varies.
Sorry?
10 to 15. It varies.
10 to 15.
Yes. Sometimes we get above. Sometimes we get below. It just
Do
varies.
they pay?
They do.
They pay.
Yes.
And where do you source your clients from?
Social media mostly.
Social media.
Yes.
And where is the place you have got your highest registration?
Facebook.
Facebook.
Yes.
That's good. Do you have a Facebook community?
Yes, I do.
You have?
Yes.
What's the size?
100 plus.
600.
600 plus. So I
Oh.
use my normal Facebook account and my Facebook page. So I kind of married them.
Okay, you don't have
together.
somewhere you talk to them together, right?
No.
Okay, that's fine. So you have something going on for you. That's pretty good. And you have somewhere you're going to. So you need to continue and see a way you can remove yourself from that business and it will fund itself. Okay? You will find a way to remove yourself. It is not a lecture. I'm not going into details, but I'm just trying to say, find a way to remove yourself. As a mom, I understand. I understand every bit of it. I remember some years ago, I was doing a front-end project, and I just this, I don't know why the thing is not showing. I did no work. I did sleep, I did dream. Wait till happen. 2 occasions, I woke up, I said, no more front-end, anything before then, leave me alone. I have to do no code by fire, by force. So you understand, these things require your time and your energy. Does it worth it? Can someone do it in my place? Can I remove myself? Good. So you think about that and see how to grow and keep yourself going. So I like what you're doing. You're into EdTech, and I wish you all the very best, okay?
Very much.
Have a beautiful day, right? So someone else wants to say something. Do you want to advise her? You want to share your own? You want to share your own business? Okay, that's cool. Any progress in there? Okay, no, cool. So are we fine, or should we change the topic? We are fine with this, right? Okay, cool. So understanding that market is not all about telling my family and telling my neighbors. Your neighbors are not the ones that will buy from you. Some of us are way too shy. The only place we advertise our product is on our WhatsApp status. How many people are at fault? Okay, so I want to talk about something about creativity. I'm coming to you, right? I'm still coming to you. So how do you become an innovator? How do you become an innovator? So I remember a particular time then where NEPA will take lights. We'll run and put on the generator. By the time we're entering the house, NEPA will bring the lights. You go back and put off the generator, and the light goes off. That thing happened to me a particular season, and I asked myself, can this life be any better? So last year in an event, I saw a young man that had that situation and created a solar-generated keke napep, a car. It was just the thing that inspired him. But my own, I was frustrated. Someone took it as a problem he or she needs to solve. So businesses can start by your slightest discomfort. That's what I always say. An innovator is born from the very moment you start feeling a discomfort. So what is the painless thing that is paining you now in this country? What is it? Don't tell me anything about fuel. Don't tell me anything about fuel. I said it. So what is the thing that is paining you the most in this country? Everything. It cannot be everything now. You cannot solve everything. You cannot solve. I remember someone that was telling me about litters in her community. So she decided to gather some people to pick up the plastic and get a way to solve a problem. That became a business because she wanted to make sure her environment was clean. A lot of businesses have been birthed from this kind of situation in Lagos. What was Loma before now? Like 1990 something. What was Loma? But because of a need. So the very moment you start feeling a discomfort, all you need to do is be curious. And once you're becoming curious, the solutions will definitely come. So with this, I think I have maxed my time. And I love you guys. I wish to hear more from you. Yes, we are going to meet again on Friday and our virtual session. So I believe that before you leave, you're going to be notified with a link or something so that you can join us when we are going to come online. We're going to have a virtual section next week on the 30th, right? 30th of July. We're going to have a virtual session where we're going to teach you tools. It's going to be us, no distraction. No need for tea. You'll be drinking your tea as you're in class. So it's going to be a virtual session. We'll continue, but it doesn't end here, okay? So we're going to continue this conversation on Friday. We're going to continue from market, understanding your market, using core tools that you need to build your business. So by then, a lot of things would have been put in place right now. So thank you very much for your time. I remain Frances Aborigo, the founder of Shimeji International.
Is this morning or afternoon? I think this is afternoon already. Okay, it's nice to speak to you once more, and thank you everybody for your kind attention to everything that has been said in the class. I'll just love to wrap up with one or two things, and also put a context to some of the things that we have discussed from the beginning. We've been talking about AI. I'm sure by now we understand what AI is. We have seen the application of AI, especially in the interlude session, where Kemisola Bolarinwa told us how she applied AI into her business. And I believe that we've heard what ChatGPT is, and all of that. But I would just love for us to have a deeper understanding, aside from why we're here, to understand what this AI would do for us. I don't know if there is anybody here that would tell us what ChatGPT is or what it means. Is there anyone that can help? ChatGPT. Okay, we have somebody there. Can you give him the mic, please?
Hello. Okay. ChatGPT is an AI tool which you can ask any question and you get a response to that. Basically, it's always in form of text. We have other AIs too that they do voice. So
We-
whatever you need, whatever question you ask, so it will source for the answer for you. And okay, that is basically what ChatGPT do. I think WhatsApp applying similar thing now, that you can ask, that they are using an AI tool that does the same thing that ChatGPT does. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that response. So ChatGPT, I don't want us to go technical, but I would break it down into something that everybody would understand, or a 10-year-old would understand what ChatGPT is. So ChatGPT means generative pre-trained transformer. And AI usually sits on machine learning. Machine learning fuels, or data fuels machine learning. So we have different kinds of AI. We have the weak AI, or the narrow AI, which is the one that we saw, like the Google Calendly that She Emerged talked about. That's a weak or narrow AI. So you can speak to something and it responds to you. Siri is an example of it. Alexa is an example of it. We also have the artificial generative intelligence, which is the one that we saw in our first session, where Theodora told us everything about generative AI. So that's the kind of AI that thinks the same way that humans also think. Then we have another AI, which is super artificial, or artificial super intelligence. This is still in research, and it will probably be in place in the next few years. But the essence of that is for the AI to think beyond human beings. Let it be even more intelligent than humans. Now, AI are just computer systems that are built to think the way that humans think. Before now, we usually go to Google and we Google stuff and we understand it. But with ChatGPT, it's giving us a chance to have a first-hand experience with AI. So when you have ChatGPT, you're not asking ChatGPT, what is GTA? And it pops up with 100 websites for you to go. No, ChatGPT is just going to give you the answer directly. Because ChatGPT uses machine learning, it uses neural networks, it uses a combination of everything tech, and it's a foundational technology, which is why it's very efficient and it solves the issues for you directly. ChatGPT came on board 2 years ago, around November 2022, and it is developed by OpenAI. We all know OpenAI, Sam Altman, you know, and all of that. So it's exciting. We're in an exciting time. Technology is advancing. Technology is moving in a speed of light, and we need to go with it. Now, why are we doing this? Why do we keep talking about technology? Why are we talking about women? Women are a key part of every economy. And inclusion and diversity is very important because that spurs a lot of opportunities. So when we have women represented in different angles, there is that representation that is going to help with economic resilience, is going to help with social progress of every country. We don't want us to be left behind. We have two ways. One is, how do we address the ethical concerns that comes with the underrepresented or the marginalized group? And how do we also ensure that there is inclusion of those groups into whatever is happening with AI? Let's take, for instance, an application of AI now. One of the key applications is in the health sector. There is no doubt about it. AI is a doctor, AI is everything, because you can apply AI into personalized medicine. So it's going to personalize treatment for you based on your history, based on your genetic mutations and all of that. Diagnostic AI is what we saw Kemi Bolarinwa just showed us. She developed a bra, and we all know that people from informal sectors or tailors or any designer can just come up with a bra, and a bra is just a bra. But what is tech now doing in bra? The reason why tech is there is because tech is there to solve issues. It has the capacity to give us information that on a normal day we wouldn't have. Diagnostic AI is a key part of artificial intelligence, and which is why it's important for us to embed AI into our activities. It's important for us to embed AI into our businesses and our ventures. Other things that AI does is like it helps us with the chatbot. We have an AI nurse that you could speak to through chatbots like ChatGPT. You speak to the person and you get your diagnostics and all of that. Drug discovery is quite a heinous or a whole process, and it's hard. But with technology, we could discover drugs easily, and this is happening already. We also have like robotic surgeries that are happening. The beginning of June, last year, June, I think it was around 16th of June, that we saw something phenomenal happened in history. There were doctors stationed at Beijing, and there was a doctor in Rome that operated on a patient from Rome in Beijing. So the doctor was in Rome, and everything happened in Beijing. And this was through AI, robotics, and also communication tech, like 5G, 4G networks, and all of that. Why am I saying all these things? I am saying it just so you understand the essence of having technology infused and embedded into your day-to-day activities. So it's very important that we consider this. Technology or AI is an ally to us. It helps us with market analysis. It helps us with financial management. It helps us with getting more customers, giving us market insights, customer analysis. It builds our skills and our knowledge. And I am hopeful that after this session, we're not just going out as the people that came in without having the understanding of AI. We're working out as techies. We're all tech savvy here. And we all have an understanding of how we can use AI for our good. However, there are issues that exist within the ecosystem, outside the ecosystem. My sister from here talked about her being a developer within the ecosystem. And she said there are some women that want to play within the tech ecosystem, but they don't know how. And she needs to speak to them, and all of that. And that's because we have issues. And the concerns, spams, or are reinforced by parents, by people around, by the community. What are those concerns? Those concerns consist of like social, cultural norms that exist within our society, the lack of security, our data, we don't really have security to read, especially women. We need to protect ourselves online, right? We also have issues of values. We have so many issues that concerns us, and we need to address those issues. And that is why a lot of women are not getting the kind of investments that they need to get. Part of Women's Series is for us to have a high-level dialogue session, which is going to happen tomorrow by 12 p.m. I expect that everybody is here. We're going to have a mixed pickle approach where different stakeholders come from different angles, sit down and try to hack into the issues that pertain to us, into the issue of underrepresentation, into the issue of not having the right data in place, into the issue of not getting the right investments. So please, I urge you to be there tomorrow. This discussion is going to happen at the Epicenter, 12 p.m. I'm sure we have learned a lot, and I'm sure we've had a very good session. After tomorrow, we have another session happening here in the morning as well. So we will continue our masterclass, and we will also have a continuation session online, a virtual session that, we could put all these things together. We will get your data. We have your data already. We'll shoot out all these things to you. And please, should you require any clarification or information about anything AI, we are here. This is our area of interest. We're here to serve you. Please do not hesitate to reach out at any time. Thank you very much.
Are we having a great time? Are we having a great time? I've learned so much about AI, and please can we give all our amazing speakers, please. The wealth of knowledge here is so incredible. All our amazing speakers, Iklima Musa, Dr. Falilat Jimo, Theodora Ishola, I believe, Francis Aborigo, Kemi Sola, Bola Riwa, and Omozino Ego. Please can we give each and every one a round of applause? They spoke so well, and being a woman is very impressive. And for the fact that women can scale up with all these resources that Google is giving and all of these amazing conversations. So I believe we learned something, right? We're not seeing anything. Okay, because I don't know if you learned, it's me, I learned too. So in case I want to start a business, I know the right things to do, I know the ideas. So in fact, maybe the next time I'll be here, I would have started my business, I'll come and be pitching and looking for maybe 100 million naira. Right? Okay, so we're moving on very quickly, and all our next panelists are right here. It's Roundtable Building Robust Health Data Systems in Africa. And of course, our amazing speakers, in fact, their profile. Let me just first start very quickly with Chibidangana, and please, we're going to give each and every one of them a round of applause as they come up, please. So Chibidangana is an accomplished leader with more than 15 years of dedicated experience bolstering non-profit organization in advancing health systems and championing the utilization of data for informed decision-making. She has orchestrated senior stakeholders' engagement aimed at catalyzing transformative change with tangible impacts. And she's the founder of Data Factory. She's the moderator of this next roundtable session. Please give her a round of applause. Please give her a round of applause. And panelists, Dr. Maurice Atoki, who is the CEO of ABC Health, is the Chief Executive Officer for the African Business Coalition for Health, which is a non-profit social enterprise coalition of African business leaders working with other critical stakeholders to support the government of African countries to improve the continent's health sector. She serves as the facilitator of the Health Policy Commission of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and she's an alumnus of the Harvard Business School, London Business School, and Yale University. Please give Dr. Maurice Atoki a round of applause. It's not easy to be a woman with all of this impressive. Please, 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 please give her a big round of applause. We have Dr. Anthony Adoge, who is the Deputy Director of Health Planning, Research and Statistics of the Federal Ministry of Health. Is a digital health enthusiast, a public health specialist, and currently head of monitoring and evaluation in the Federal Ministry of Health. He's a medical doctor with over 15 years of public health experience, focusing on healthcare coordination and standards, healthcare program implementation, monitoring, and evaluation, as well as digital health. Please give him a big round of applause. You can see that the standard of speakers, panelists, are impressive. We also have Mr. Bode Pedro, who is the coordinator a Nigerian Health Digitization Initiative. Is a tech entrepreneur known for founding Cassava, Nigeria's first 100% digital insurance company, and Veda Technology. He's received notable awards, including IT and Telecoms Entrepreneur of the Year and Business Owner of the Year. Please give him a big round of applause. Our next panelist, Dr. Babajide Oyedunton, is the VP Sales and Business Development, Interswitch Eclat Healthcare Limited. He's a diligent business development professional with strong analytical skills, focusing on developing and retaining value-driven long-term business relationships that create and improve competitive advantage and market share. Please give him a big round of applause as we welcome him. A big one as he comes up. So we'll start now.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all can hear me. Okay, so this session is focused on building robust healthcare systems. And as we all know, data systems are like the backbone of every effective healthcare system. So we have distinguished professionals here that are very knowledgeable in this area. And the idea is we don't want to just have a conversation, leave it off here. We want to have conversations that we take out and see how we can implement and, you know, help our country get to a level where, you know, we ought to be. I'll start by saying, you know, we might ask ourselves, what's the idea of the robust healthcare data system? What does this look like? In my opinion, we should be looking at a system where we can effectively collect our data, effectively manage this data, and effectively analyze and use this data. So questions around data quality, interoperability, data security, policies, governance, those are some of the things we'll be discussing this afternoon. All right, so I'll just start from my left, from the lady here. I just want each of us to probably just in 1 minute, 2 minutes, just do a brief introduction and tell us about yourself, what your portfolio is, what you do.
Thank you
Dr.
so
Morris.
much, Chibi, and it's a pleasure to see you here. And every panelist here, and thank you for the opportunity for inviting me to be one of the panelists in this very important topic. My name, as introduced, is Maurice Atoki. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the African Business Coalition for Health, and also known as ABC Health. ABC Health was established by Alhaji Aliko Dangote in partnership with Mr. Aiguje Imokwede. And the idea was to bring their friends, business leaders across the continent, together to get them to engage more and participate in improving healthcare in Africa. My portfolio is simple. I try to get the work done. So we work across the continent. We sensitize, we advocate, especially with non-health actors. I'm not a medical doctor, but I'm a private sector engagement expert. And so I know the pains, I seem to know their onions. And so the idea is to, you know, encourage them to participate in improving healthcare on the continent.
Thank you, Dr. Morris. All right, Bode.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me. My name is Bode Pedro. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Cassava Insurance. Cassava Insurance is a licensed micro-insurance company here in Nigeria, leveraging technology to drive insurance penetration for general life and health insurance policy. We've been in business about 3 years now. We've been fortunate to have insured over 200,000 people. Our big goal is to keep the claims process as simple, as fast as possible, so 48 hours claims. I've also had the pleasure, I'm the only person here that is probably not a medical doctor or educated in public health, but just seems like health and healthcare keep coming to me. At Cassava, we've already provided at least 60,000 people with either health insurance policies, micro health policies, or personal accidents. So I've had to essentially upskill in health and healthcare. I've been an entrepreneur for about 17 years now, and I've been very fortunate to have invested in other startups. About 6 months ago, I was asked, and I've had the honor of becoming a member and coordinator for the Nigeria Digital in Health Initiative, promoted by Dr. Tunji Alausa, who is the Minister for State for Health. And when he asked me, I was like, I'm not a medical doctor. Why are you calling me? There are a lot of people who have more experience than I do. And he said, don't worry about it. You know tech, you know entrepreneurship. Go and meet with your people and become the stakeholder engagement CEO for this program. And that is what I am doing right now. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you, Mr. Bode. All right, Dr. Tony.
Okay, thank you very much. It's good afternoon, everyone. Dear panelists, moderator. My name is Dr. Anthony Adoge, and I work with the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. My role there is to manage or, did I say, coordinate everyone's data. When I say everyone, it means that how your health data comes alive, it's my responsibility. How the ministry, across across the country, all the state ministries of health, working with the Federal Ministry of Health, how they transcribe your data to give you better health. It's my responsibility at the level of the Federal Ministry of Health. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Dr. Babajide.
Good afternoon, everyone. Fellow panelists, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Babajide Oyedun. I currently work as Vice President, Business Development and Sales for InterSwitch eClat, which is the health tech business of the InterSwitch Group. Prior to this role, I spent about 14 years in health insurance in various business development roles. Passionate about healthcare and passionate about getting people to get the quality type of healthcare that we want them to have, basically. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Babajide. All right, so we'll dive straight into the conversation, and I think we're going to start from adoption of best practices. Dr. Babajide, I'll let you go first, and I think on that first question, we want to learn from other African countries. Now, I know InterSwitch is Pan-African. While eClat, I think, is focused in Nigeria for now, I believe you probably have use cases that you can share from Africa. So the question is, what best practices have you adopted from other African countries to enhance health data systems in Nigeria? And can you provide specific examples of successful implementation?
Okay, thanks. If we look at Africa as a whole, there are lots of African countries that are currently incorporating health technology into healthcare delivery in different aspects. Examples are like in Mozambique, there's the mHealth initiative, which is basically using mobile technology to collect patient data. I mean, when you look at Africa as a whole, there's a lot of the population in rural areas where data connectivity, internet connectivity is a problem. So when you're talking of using technology for these set of people, you have to find ways to work around availability of internet. And so for us at eClat, we have a project in Edo State where we have been able to build an app version of our EMR, which is then loaded on tablets, and the community health extension workers can then go into the rural areas, attend to patients, even though there's no internet network. And then when they come back into town, the data then syncs into the cloud with the rest of the data that is collected in the rural areas. Our EMR software also is modeled after the DHIS2 in the sense that it's, while it's not open source like the DHIS2, it boasts of the same level of flexibility that the DHIS2 has. We have dashboards that enable data analytics and reporting at different levels. It helps to map facilities and provide information that can be drilled down to each facility in terms of what they're doing. Other things, we currently signed a MOU with Lagos State on the SHIP platform, which is more or less like a health information portal. Data warehousing is the key aspect of data in healthcare because we have many players providing all sorts of health tech services. But then we found out that the data is segmented in each person's space. So I'm an EMR provider. He's my client. I have his data. But then his data, which is under my care, doesn't speak to anybody else's data. So at the end of the day, the patients don't really get to benefit, especially when the patient is moving from facility to facility. So in South Africa, there's the NHLS, which is the National Healthcare Laboratory System, which aggregates all laboratory results across South Africa. And there are plans to even take this further, scale it further to incorporate all kinds of healthcare. So we're leveraging on a similar model with the Lagos State where the SHIP is just a health information exchange. So all stakeholders like doctors, patients, health insurers can access data for their own specific use cases to And then we know that the data is warehoused securely and available to people who are proved to have access to the data.
Thank you, Dr. Babajide. I picked up a few things there. I like the idea of the offline access to data in remote communities, which I think is quite key. You also talked on interoperability, which I think is a major topic, and I like what's happening in South Africa. Dr. Stone is smiling. It'll be interesting to see how, at the federal level, we're working on that same model where we're integrating data across all the laboratories in Nigeria. That'll be an interesting one. Thanks for sharing. I'll move on to Dr. Morris. Benchmarking and standards. Now, I know you're one of the healthcare sector in Africa, and it would be nice to hear how you're benchmarking your health data. I know you're not a first-line provider, but in terms of the access you have and what you're doing out there in Africa, how are you benchmarking your health data initiatives against those of other African countries, and what standards or frameworks are you using to measure success?
Right, thank you so much, Chibi. First and foremost, we exist as an African entity that mirrors an organization in New York called the Global Business Coalition for Health. So what that means is that a lot of our standards, a lot of our corporate governance stems from, the standardized approach of the Global Business Coalition with GBC Health. But in December, GBC Health folded up, they wound down because they thought it was even more important to transition into an African-focused entity. So they wound down and transitioned into ABC Health. So we took some of their portfolios and assets. At an African level, what we try to do is to focus on our technical partnerships, first and foremost. So we would leverage their footprints across the continent and go to countries where they're, already established. In terms of how we manage, our data, we're very knowledge, so we have a pillar called the Knowledge Hub. And the idea is for, first and foremost, as the champions and as the management of the organization, to ensure that you build a lot of knowledge capital in terms of understanding what it is that we're even dealing with and what the future holds as far as, digital technology in the health space is concerned. So having gotten that level of robustness or awareness, we have a responsibility to now begin to build, advocacy, to sensitize and to get as many business leaders as possible on the same page. It's not an easy portfolio. It's sensitive, again, because one, you must realize that the age brackets that we belong to, and even some of my predecessors, they've succeeded a lot in a lot of things. And so taking digital tech to them and asking them to start from the ABC, sometimes it's seen as a rebellious kind of proposition, like because they don't know a lot of these things. And so what we try to do is go back to the drawing board and find out ways we can integrate digital tech into our strategy, into our conversation level, into advocacy, and into simple things that we believe they would, by default, pick. So again, our standards are picked universally. As a private sector person and having worked across markets, what I can say from the Nigerian point of view is that really nobody is taking the responsibility yet to develop the industry. So there's a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of us. Again, a lot of people in this space are young. And so maybe there's no appetite to do that. The flip side of it is that if the industry is not developed, we will all struggle. You see, because those in government, those who are responsible for policy and governance, at that level will not have the basic understanding they should they will not attempt to want to have it, and they will shy away from you when you want to engage, you know. And that shy away, you won't know what it is. You will just really realize that they are not forthcoming. And so I think it's a responsibility for the ecosystem, for the bigger group of people that are advancing for digital and data centricity to play a role of intelligent advocacy. And I say intelligent because you're not tutoring, you're not teaching, you're only helping to develop that industry. Having said that, it's also to recognize that in developing an industry, there's also something called pioneer status. There are a couple of benefits if you are patient enough to understand what the advanced environment has done in terms of the regulatory framework. And you can actually challenge status quo. You can walk through the Ministry of Information Technology, or you can even, directly walk through the Ministry of Science and Tech as they exist across subnationals. And the idea really is to, chip in knowledge at various stratas and not, shy away from that. We deliberately try to do that at government level. We don't call it workshops. We don't call it capacity building. We call it knowledge exchange, because there's a lot we require from their end, even to be able to pass that data centricity and interoperability into their own existing knowledge base. So we survive.
Thanks, Dr. Morris. I like what you're doing with the Knowledge Hub. And Dr. Tony, I'll come to you when it's time for your question to kind of respond to that. I'm quite interested in that advocacy bit. So there's a lot of knowledge gathering happening on that end. They're doing a lot of work around Africa, but how do we take advantage of that learning, on the side of the Federal Ministry of Health? But I'll come to you shortly. Bode, next question is for you. So we're now looking at the current challenges and, potential solutions in the sector. So what are the primary challenges you face in building robust health data systems in Nigeria? I know you've just taken on this portfolio, but you probably have a plan. So how do you intend to address these challenges, and what are the opportunities you've identified so far and the improvements you have in the pipeline?
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with an interesting story. So as soon as I was appointed, the first thing I tried to do was informally first just engage a few people within the medical healthcare industry. And a lady I engaged, a medical practitioner in a private health institution, or public health institution. She told me a story that really, really was deep. She mentioned just a few months ago, a woman gave birth to a baby, found the baby was in critical condition. So they needed to move the baby from the primary healthcare center to either a tertiary healthcare center, teaching hospital, or private hospital. And they started calling around and driving around. And every center they went to, either there's the doctor, the specialist there is not available, or there are no beds. And they kept on going. This was from 11 p.m. By 6 a.m., the baby died. And what was really sad was that there was actually a hospital not too far from where the baby was born that could have taken the baby. I thought I knew what was going on. I didn't at all. See, that baby would have survived if there was access to data. What does it mean when you say access to data? Sometimes people just talk about technology. No, it's really a system. The first part of it is the ability to record and share relevant information across multiple hospitals and institutions. These are the number of beds that are available. These are the doctors available. These are specialists available. This is what we can do, what we cannot do. These are the challenges, etc., etc. Real time. The second part is to provide access for stakeholders to read and understand that information. Because it's one thing to record it, but if I can't read it or I can't understand it, I can't do anything about it. And then to make decisions, the appropriate decisions based on, policy, regulation, and good judgment by whoever is reading that information. And the outcome, ultimate outcome of what I'm saying here is save money or create value, whether it's the public health center, the software companies, government, anybody involved. The secondly is quality of life. Ultimately that's what we're trying to do. That baby should be alive. And then last but not least, our economy, prosperity of our people. Creating an environment where everybody benefiting from it. And what could have happened is if there was a software company that could integrate, that doctor could have gone into an app or the EMR system and immediately say, what's available, who can take care of this baby? So the question now is, what is my role and what is government doing? The federal government announced and set up a program called Nigeria Digital in Health Initiative. And the objective of this initiative is what I just mentioned. Create value, save money, better quality of life for our people, and of course, prosperity. Just so you know, as of last year, and please, my fellow medical doctors and practitioners, correct me, about 7 million babies were born, and just under 500,000 died within a few weeks. That is approximately 7%. Some people think it's actually up to 1 million, but I stand to be corrected. And the objective at the end of the day is in the next few years, can we get it to 0? Can we get it to 0? Next year, can we get it to 400,000? And going down and down and down. That is really ultimately the metric that will be judged. So how do we get there? The first is stakeholder engagement. I am privileged to be appointed as the coordinator for stakeholder engagement for this program. My role is to come up with a plan and framework to formally engage all stakeholders that would either benefit from or influence or be impacted by child health. And of course, the outcome of it. And we're launching a couple of engagement activities, both physical and digital, from next month, led by Dr. Tunji Alausa, who is the Minister for State for Health. The second is workforce management. We need to understand the health workforce, not just doctors or nurses, other practitioners, as well as even folks who just work as administrators. What are their challenges? What is their capacity to leverage digital systems and technology? What are their aspirations and goals? In addition to that, we need to actually have the framework for data governance, privacy, and security. We need to have a framework for standards, specifically for software systems and data interoperability between all institutions, not just the federal or the state, but also the private sector. But what about infrastructure and services? We need to understand what we have right now and what we need to build out, especially in the federal and state institutions. And finally, financing, healthcare financing, not just within government, but also within the private sector. And we have broken this down. We have a team of 20 professionals. I think I'm one of only 2 people who are not in the medical, so I'm a bit intimidated sometimes, but they are very, very supportive and encouraging. And we've been working day and night. We have the support of the federal government, straight from the presidency, all the way to DFIs and other institutions, and also the private sector as a whole. The primary short-term goal is that we're hoping to pilot before November with a few federal hospitals to have a full data EMR, EHR system and have our basic first-level policy on health data systems so that hopefully we can start to see results. So that is how we want to be able to solve. Thank you very much.
That was quite interesting. I think that was quite interesting. I think of things. You talked about integration, thank you, interoperability, which we're going to come on to Dr. Tony's question now. There's also the issue of infrastructure, but I'm excited to hear about the healthcare financing plan, hoping that this will start to address some of the issues, especially in the primary healthcare facilities. I'll move on to you now, Dr. Tony. You can pack up as many questions as you can here. There's integration, interoperability. How are you tackling
your mic?
Tackling the ability and integration of the different health data systems within Nigeria. I know there are loads of EMRs out there. And, with the systems in any other African countries, how are you working with that? So take the question around advocacy.
Thank you very much. I see we don't have much time, which we did. So first of all, in terms of interoperability, because there's always a mix-up with integration. Currently, for us, it's a governance problem. And that's because, firstly, there are health laws. Health data is not just like every other data. You can imagine if someone were to, now that we link our BVN with our NIN and all of that, if someone were to take your health data or get your BVN through your health data and then use it for other things that are not so palatable or not so good. So, firstly, the issue of data governance. And I think that's something government is very intentional about. We can't just host our data anywhere we want to host it without adequate protection. So when it comes to data governance, what we're now doing in terms of interoperability is ensuring that we are able to, first of all, count those data systems that are fit for purpose. Right now, we've been able to look at about 40 of them. You know, everybody keeps mentioning electronic health records or EMR. But that's not just all what it is. We have other systems and subsystems or platforms that actually collect health data, both at patient level or as aggregate level. We're now ensuring that, first of all, we recognize them, we assess them for whether they are fit for purpose, and then look at the ones that we need to discard and then the ones that we need to make interoperable. And then just ensuring that they are in line with the National Health Act. Nigeria is one country where the way we manage our health data, especially now that we have all these disruptive efforts, we welcome them, but at the same time, we have the responsibility, like I said before, to ensure data privacy, that people's health data is protected. Next is the infrastructure. Now, like Bode mentioned, we need to be able to create that minimum standards that says if you're setting up a health platform, you make sure that it meets all this minimum standard, and then it handshakes with other systems. At the moment, that's not what we have, maybe because we are still evolving, but with the digital health initiative that he mentioned, government will try to ensure that we are able to provide that infrastructure like a data warehouse that's robust enough to be able to manage all of health data in one place. Because health data, again, it's one very jealous space that the law says, or the health law says, that you cannot just wake up, you feel because you're a business or you want to make money, you start collecting health data, collecting patient level data. It's exactly not that way, but we allow it because we're still evolving, like I said. Another thing is money. You can imagine when you need to set up a data warehouse and all other structures, you need a lot of financing. So what we're also trying to do in that respect is to bring all the funding available together, because it's when people continue to finance siloed structures, siloed infrastructure, that's when we really have all these monies flying around, but we are actually not making a dent in the issues that we need to do. In terms of the advocacy thing that you talked about, now look, Nigeria sits at a very strategic position. We have the most numbers, we're the most populous African nation, and there are a lot we can do. We have a lot of people who have the capacity to be able to do all the things technology-wise that we need to do in terms of health data. But at the same time, first, we all need to be aware that we even have these people. and then we need to consolidate on the capacity and then now leverage on that capacity. So government is also opening up that space and now reaching out to other countries to see how we can work together. For example, at the level of WAHO, we have now created a surveillance dashboard. Nigeria, as the leader, is sitting strategically and looking closely at how we can even bring the data from WAHO to Nigeria. We're already having that conversation so that this cross-border movement that happens, we're able to keep an eye on it when we have things like pandemics and all of that. But most importantly, for me, sitting in this space, you'll recall when I introduced myself, I said, I'm responsible for having to make your health data come alive. We keep stressing that it's all about the people and it must be about Nigerians. There's something we're working on currently. I don't know how many of you know that the health data actually belongs firstly to the people. And so we must be able to create that environment as whether Federal Ministry of Health or state ministries of health to make the people realize, and that's part of the advocacy work, that firstly, the data is yours. We are just custodians helping you to manage your data and ensure that it's safe, it's fit for purpose, and it can actually respond to give you better healthcare so that we will continue to promote development. And that's just the task before us, really. And again, let me just use this opportunity to say, please feel free to engage with government, whether it's at the local government level, the state level, or the federal level, to see how your data is being used to promote your health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tony. I know we're out of time. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take more of our questions, but I'm excited at the start what we've been able to achieve here. A lot of interesting conversations and points have been mentioned. We can take it out of the room and see how we wrap up. But thanks to all the panelists for making out time to be here. I appreciate each one of you. And thanks everyone for listening. Thank you.
Don't forget your pen.
Group picture.
Into privacy and security challenges in African healthcare. So, the Commission, what does the Nigeria Data Protection Commission do? We are the regulator for processing of personal data in Nigeria. Now, what is processing of personal data? As the last speaker on the panel said, it's important to know that data belongs to you as a data subject. So any information that personally identifies you, like your name number, your account number that can identify you, it belongs to you. And based on that, you should have the authority to state and allow how that information is used. That's where we come in. We ensure that while organizations are using your data, it's done in a way where it's in accordance with the law, and it's only done in a way where you consented to it. So that's where we come in. A lot has been said about how data is driving the economy now and how we're now in a digital space. Because of this, more data would be used to fuel the economy. And as a result, data needs to be protected and privacy of data subjects needs to be ensured. So that's where the Commission comes in. In relation to regulations, I will speak about how we regulate in relation to compliance and enforcement mechanisms. It's important to note that health data is classified as sensitive personal data, and because of that, there's a higher standard that applies to it. So please keep this at the back of your mind. We'll talk about it as I go on. Now, how does the Commission regulate? How do we ensure compliance? The first one is registration. Now, as a data controller and processor of major importance, you're required to register with the Commission. So you may not know who a data controller and processor of major importance is. I will say DCPMI from now on just to make the speech easier. But basically, if you are collecting data, if you are sharing data, if you're transferring people's data, if you're analyzing people's data, you are a DCPMI and you're required to register with the Commission. A recent study showed that over 500,000 DCPMIs are in Nigeria, but we haven't even scratched the surface in relation to registration. So under the law, you are required to register with us to give the Commission an idea of how much DCPMIs are in Nigeria. The deadline for registration is September 30th. So I will encourage DCPMIs. I've heard people that say that they have businesses here online, and just generally people that collect people's data. So if you do that, you are a DCPMI and you're required to register with us. The Commission issued a guidance notice on the 14th of February 2024, which is on our website, ndpc.gov.ng. This gives you more information about registering. So that's registration. The other way we ensure compliance is requiring all DCPMIs to be transparent with the sort of data that they collect, why they collect it, and what is being used for. The way to do this is through a privacy policy. So if you're an e-commerce website or you're an online business, you're required to have a privacy policy on your website that states why you collect data, how you collect data, and what is collected for. And also to reference the Nigeria Data Protection Act in this privacy policy. And note that data subjects like you and I have a right to complain to the Commission where our data is being misused or there has been a data breach. After that, we also ensure compliance through audits. We require all DCPMIs to file audit returns with the Commission. What is an audit return? In simple terms, an audit return shows all the data processing activities that you as an organization is involved with. So every year on the 31st of March, you're required to submit your audit returns with the Commission. However, if you're not able to submit within that timeline, you're still allowed to submit, but there will be a fine that will be issued. The law also requires that as a DCPMI, you appoint a data protection officer. This particular officer will guide you on your data processing activities and ensure that you comply with the law. We also have DPCOs that are licensed by the Commission to help you with ensuring compliance with data protection activities. Under the law, there are data subject rights. Now, data subject rights are rights that you and I as data subjects have. So, for example, we have rights to ensure that if we want to know the sort of information that a DCPMI has about us, we're allowed to ask about it. So, for example, if you have an MTN account and you want to know what MTN has about you, or you want to know what data your hospital has about you, you are required or you are allowed under the law to reach out to this particular hospital and ask for the information they have. You also have a right to data portability, which is very important in the healthcare sector. For example, if you're changing hospitals and you want your new hospital to have your records from the old hospital, you are allowed under the law to reach out to your old hospital and request for that data to be transferred to the new hospital. You're also allowed to object to protection of your data. You're allowed to withdraw consent to protection of your data. You're allowed to ask that your data should be rectified. So, for example, if maybe your name has changed, but certain organizations still have your old name, you're allowed to insist that it should be changed. You're allowed to also insist that your data should be erased by certain organizations. However, this is limited to certain laws that they would have to comply with. So those are examples of your rights as data subjects under the law that you are allowed to exercise. And if you're not allowed to exercise it, you are allowed to file a complaint with the Commission to complain about this. Now, it's important to note that DCPMIs are only allowed to process data according to the principles of data processing. Now, if you remember, one thing that the speakers from the last session touched upon were the standards for data processing and data governance. This has to do with principles. So, for example, under the law, as a DCPMI, you can only process data under these principles. Examples of these principles are data minimization. You are not allowed to take more data than is necessary for a particular purpose. So, for example, I think it was during the first session today, one of the female speakers spoke about a particular bra that allows you to test for mammograms and other things. Now, while in that sort of instance, she as a DCPMI can collect information to your name and maybe some health records, but she's not allowed to collect data that is not needed for her to actually process the service you're requiring from her. Other examples of principles are storage limitation. You cannot store my information more than is necessary. Another one is purpose limitation. You cannot take my information and use it for something I did not give you to use it for. So, for example, now, I, as a data subject, I have an account with a hospital, and they have my data for medical purposes. But I see that they now use my face or my name for marketing purposes, and I didn't give them my data for that. I can complain to the Commission to state that they're using my data for a purpose that is not actually, I did not give them to use it for. Other examples of principles are accuracy, transparency, and duty of care, particularly in the healthcare sector. Doctors and nurses and also health staff have to ensure that they treat patients' data with a duty of care. What does this mean? Don't disclose it to people that you haven't gotten the consent to disclose it to. Don't use it for unauthorized means. Don't use it for direct marketing and properly without my consent. So that, in a nutshell, are the compliance measures under the Commission. Now, in relation to enforcement, as a data subject, you are allowed to complain to the Commission if somebody uses your data more than you allowed, or there's a data breach, and the Commission can decide to now take on this complaint by conducting investigation purposes. And if they find out that a particular DCPMI has not gone in accordance with the law, the Commission can find and take other enforcement mechanisms. So if you look at our Act, there's a lot more information in relation to that. So now that I've said a lot about what the Commission does, compliance mechanisms, enforcement mechanisms, I will now go into privacy and security challenges in African healthcare. In summary, in relation to privacy challenges, because a lot of healthcare workers are not well trained on privacy challenges, because we're still struggling with using digitization in the healthcare sector, and because there is a lot of data in silos and fragmentation of data, you have a lot of privacy challenges. So how do we resolve this? We need to train more healthcare professionals. There needs to be a general harmonization of data protection laws within Africa to ensure that this is done. For example, there is the AU Data Policy Implementation Framework, and there is the AU Digital Transformation Strategy for 2020-2030, in which one of their main focus is healthcare. So based on this, they're discussing with different African states and governments to see how we can come up with a harmonized law to ensure that data is well transferred between countries in a way that is secure and the privacy and confidentiality of individuals are well taken care of. So this in summary is what the Commission does and the privacy and security challenges within African healthcare. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. The Commission is always happy to speak with people. As I've said before, if you need further information, you can go to our website.
I'm back again. Did we have a really nice time at our last speaker? Did we? Okay, so up next, but we're going to have to take them much later. But we'll want the next speakers to get ready, the age of the cyber criminal. It's a roundtable discussion, so please, we'll have them for 2 o'clock. So we're going to be calling Chibi Dangana again. She's the founder of Data Factory. And we're going to also have Jennifer from Clavia. to come up for a fireside chat, a really quick fire chat. Please, can we give them a big round of applause? What is going on? Anyway, don't worry, I know what I'll do. This lady has been, she's my biggest fan in this place, and I'm going to give her a gift. And we're going to be doing gifts. There are gifts we're giving out here, so please, we have to engage. Thank you very much. Please, can you clap for me? Thank you so much.
So, hi everyone, I'm back again. So now I'll be talking to Jennifer here. In a minute, she would introduce herself. Her name is Jennifer, she's the CEO of Clafia. It's a fireside chat, she'll be doing most of the talking. I'm just here on the side to kind of nudge her a bit here and there. So Jenny, if you start by introducing yourself. I know we don't have this on the agenda, but the title of this session is From Wallet to Wellness. So she'll be talking to us about how fintech is transforming healthcare delivery in Africa. So Jenny, over to you. Introduce yourself and jump into the topic.
Yeah, so hi everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Jenny, and I'm the CEO and founder of Clafia. We are a digital healthcare platform that is making access to health and wellness more affordable and convenient for Africans across the continent. So I'll just start off by talking about how fintech is helping drive healthcare delivery in Africa and the different opportunities that are available. But I'll give a little bit more of context of how Clafia started. So Clafia, when we started in 2021, we were only focused on healthcare delivery, which is sending doctors or nurses to people's homes to provide primary care services. And then we realized the problem that we were trying to solve, it was much more larger than that. We didn't take into consideration care navigation. So what happens after the doctor has seen the patient in their home? Like they're gonna want medications, they're probably gonna need diagnostic tests, mental health, all that good stuff. So we evolved to a digital hospital, and which is great, but we encountered another challenge, which is distribution and affordability. With health insurance penetration in Nigeria being at 5%, or maybe even less than that, most people pay for health and wellness outside of pocket. And most of our customers are paying for our services out of pocket. So we had to solve for that, that affordability piece. Otherwise, we essentially don't have a business, right? So there were a few options we wanted to explore. We either distribute through health insurance, or we become something like insurance or insurance. We tried to distribute through health insurance, but knowing that health insurance penetration is at 5%, we were still going to struggle with that, right? And then becoming health insurance sounds like a good idea, but for us, we didn't really know what we would do differently than the current existing health insurance companies in Nigeria, right? There are, I think, at least in Lagos State, about 50, if not more, registered health insurance companies in Lagos alone. And if all of them haven't been able to capture the market, I'm not really sure what we would do differently. So we had to basically reimagine what that experience is, modeling after current health-seeking behaviors. And we decided to create health savings accounts. So knowing how our behavior here as Nigerians to be reactive when it comes to our own health, to get access to healthcare when we absolutely need it, we didn't want to impose a subscription-like model. And so we were just like, okay, could we create a scenario where people actively save for their health and wellness? It helps them also get a return, so maybe upwards 10% return on the money that they're actively saving. And then we aggregate health and wellness partners about, right now we have 1,000 plus in our network, and we've negotiated discounts with them. And so what we've done is help reduce costs of care by 40%. As we grow and scale through banks and other fintechs, right, we have access to more people contributing into the pool, and that helps reduce cost of care. So go ahead.
I wanted to cut in just before you go on. So just to kind of get it right, did you say for the clients that those that you onboard, once they come on your platform, whatever amount they save, they get 10% in addition to that amount.
Yeah.
Is that monthly?
Yeah, so it's, I mean, I'm sure you guys, I like to imagine that most people in this room are already on a platform that they're saving their funds in, maybe in a Piggy Vest or CrowdRise or a Rise Vest, right? So it's modeled after that, but specifically for health and wellness. So we've kind of like created a niche for ourselves, which I think is pretty cool and pretty exciting to introduce this to not just the Nigerian market, but hopefully across the African continent. But yeah, that's essentially how it works. You accrue an interest every month.
Yeah.
And then when you want to access health and wellness, you have a platform where you can do that in one place instead of having to go navigate go through that experience on your own. Other things that we're doing that I think is pretty cool, or how to like influence like fintech and healthcare, is more so in a form of payment, right? So imagine being able to go to a pharmacy or any like gym or spa, anything that you consider health and wellness. And because you have like a health savings account or any like entity that you want to use for your health and wellness, and you're able to pay for it like at a MedPlus or at an iFitness, right? That helps to basically put, like, I think what that does is like you're building an infrastructure specifically for health and wellness, and even for the providers themselves that struggle to collect payments, right? Because they need that revenue to run their business.
Exactly.
But if we have like, essentially it's like we're building in a small economy for health, but using financial infrastructure, and we're shuffling money from people's like health savings accounts or from the different, like wherever they're storing their money, and we're funneling it to these health providers. What that also helps health providers do, it helps them grow. It helps to provide a better experience for the patients who are coming in. They can hire more staff, they can get better equipment, they can maintain that equipment better. And so it just creates this like synergy of, I, as someone who wants to pay for my health and wellness, I know that I have great options that are available to me, because these health providers are also growing from the money that's going to their businesses, and then gives me better experience and keeps me healthy. And yeah.
Okay, so for anyone that is on your platform, they're registered with you, they have health insurance with you, you said they have access to a 40% discount on certain health services?
Yeah, for most of the providers.
So can you give me, I know you said something about, and you know, I'm thinking of the demography, the population that you're looking at, because you mentioned things like the gym, the spa. I'm just wondering, the population that might need your services, would they really be keen on gym, spa, access? What other things, access, do they have the discounts on?
So, so I'll talk about like customer segment, right? When we first started Clafia, we wanted to target bottom of the pyramid, but that's like extremely difficult to do as a startup, right? Like you actually need government intervention to do that. And that the underserved or the bottom of the pyramid simply cannot afford your services. And not only that, you have to do a lot of education and just help them understand the importance of just accessing health and wellness. And if you think about it, healthcare is not free anywhere in the world. And so we had to, unfortunately, which, you know, took me some time to come to realms with that, unfortunately target people who have the ability to pay. Because if you even think of it of a traditional health insurance model, it's really the rich sponsoring the poor, the healthy sponsoring the sick. And so that's kind of what we had to do with our own HSA. So our current customer like demographic that we're targeting are young working class professionals, millennials and Gen Zs. They are more so inclined to want to seek healthcare for themselves or health and wellness for themselves. That's why we included the gyms. I've spoken to lots of people here, and they would say things like, I've not been to the hospital in 10 years because I've never fallen sick. That's not good. That's not good behavior. You should get your annual checkups at the very least. But they would consider like going to the gym or going to a spa as a form of being healthy or eating healthy food. So that's why we included that component. But the goal is that we will then be able to partner with the government or like with a nonprofit organization, an NGO, to help provide like HSAs for those people who, or health savings accounts for those people who absolutely need it. By that time, we have like a large risk pool, and then it could be the rich sponsoring the poor, the healthy sponsoring the sick. So yeah.
Amazing, interesting. So how do people get on your platform? How do they reach you? Yeah, can you share that?
So you can sign up on clafia.com. That's CLAFIYA.com. Once you sign up, it's free to create an account. And you immediately get like a health savings account where you can start saving and earning an interest. And then you'd see the 1,000+ health and wellness providers on our platform. Another cool thing about it is that you have the option to add your beneficiaries. So maybe you don't quote unquote care about your own health and wellness, but you do care about the well-being of your mom or your dad or your domestic staff. Like you can easily add them and they can also get access to health and wellness. But another thing I just wanted to talk about is not like maybe digressing away from us, but just talking about the importance of financial services and healthcare. So I think banks or fintechs have a unique opportunity to help Nigerians or help Africans understand how their financial well-being is tied to wellness. It's not separate, right? At the end of the day, we need money, cash is king, and we need money to, we have like a minute left. We need money to like purchase things. And the one thing that financial services can do is like invest in that financial like wellness, well-being, helping like their customers understand how to budget more, how to save more, and how to use the money that you're saving and budgeting appropriately to different areas of your life. It could be rent, it could be food, it could be healthcare, it could be education. I think that's another thing that financial services can play a huge role in ensuring that people can be healthy. Because at the end of the day, if people are not healthy, they can't earn a living, and then they can't make money, and we're
Amazing,
yeah.
amazing stuff. I mean, well done, Jenny. Interesting stuff you're doing. Is there any collaboration with the government at this level or engagement with government?
Not at the time, but that's definitely something that we are open to. Like, I can imagine how we can help create policies for different alternatives for non-insurance products that help promote health and well-being. So that's one thing that we can look into, but right now we are not actively doing that. Yeah.
I mean, thank you. Are there any final words before we wrap up this session?
I think at the end of the day, I just want to say, please take care of your health and well-being. It's very important. We only have one body and one life to live. And if you don't take care of yourself, everything else about you suffers. So please don't take your health for granted. Don't wait to the last minute or when you absolutely need to get health care or wellness to get that. Make that a priority for you, and you will live longer, and your future generations will thank you for that. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Jenny.
Please, can we give them a round of applause? It's been a very insightful session so far with all our amazing speakers and panelists. We're taking the next session, which is the age of the cyber criminal. I don't know if our moderator and if our panelists are available. So you need to get ready. You're coming up very soon. the age of the cyber criminal roundtable. So please get ready. You'll be coming up very soon. And like I said, please let us engage with the hashtag. It's the hashtag GTA Conference 2024. We take our pictures. We've already taken our selfies. So please let's engage with that. And I also introduced you to a free trial app, which is called Studio, that you can use. Somebody already asked me a question about the app, but you need to go to the front desk and get more information. But just to let you know what it's about, it's almost like Zoom, and you can, do your 30 hours time limits. Imagine that. You can record, save, and download meetings. A 6-month free trial. So if you want to get more information about this, go to the EduTech, the VG Learn booth to activate this offer. If you're interested, please go to the EduTech and the VG Learn booth to activate this. Very interesting. Just go to the front when you come into the entrance, and they would give you more information about this. Thank you to all our amazing panelists and speakers so far. They have been incredible, and there's still lots more coming up. We still have the implementation of the Nigerian blockchain policy. I'm sure you'll be interested to know what that is all about. And we're also going to be talking about how to shape the future of mobility, innovations, challenges, and opportunities for Africa, and also how to scale up and entrepreneurship, scaling from local to global by Future Map. So please give yourselves a round of applause, those of you who have made it till this time. I know it's been a lot of, going back and forth with our sessions, but every of the things we're doing here are very practicable, and they're all about changing the narrative of tech in Africa. Hope we're having a good time. Are we having a great time? Okay, so our next panelists, speakers, are they ready? If in the absence of that, please let's continue the networking and having a good time. I'll be right back. And if you have questions for anyone, if you need to talk to someone, you can walk up. If you need to get to somewhere, we have our protocol officers at your left and to your right. They're wearing the blue. So please speak to each and every one of them and get information. All right. Thank you. All right, I'm back again, and we're having our next panel session. And of course, it's the age of its cyber criminal panel session, and the moderator, I'll call him out first, Mr. Simon Adiriola. He's the program director of Reporter Insights, which he has for the past 2 decades worked and built startups in Nigeria's fintech, digital banking, telco space. And he has spoken at a plethora of international events and consulted for the NCC. He presently is the maiden programs director of a self-regulating startup focused on building an extra digital security infrastructure for Nigeria, a suspicious transaction registry called Reporter. Please, can we give him a big round of applause? This is going to be a very interesting, because it's all about the age of the cyber criminal. And you know what that's all about. Please give him a round of applause. Our next, Kazim. Noibi is the CTO of Fair Money and is a highly skilled technology professional who is now VP of Technology at Fair Money. With over 15 years of work experience in the financial technological industry, he has a robust background in software development and a deep understanding of the technical and business challenges facing fintech companies. Please, can we give him a big round of applause? Please give him a round of applause. Of course, Paul Okpara is the CEO of CloudStride Technologies, is an accomplished consultant with over 2 decades of experience executing complex projects across diverse industries. And with a comprehensive arsenal of 40+ professional certifications, he demonstrates an unwavering commitment to professional growth and excellence. Please give him a big round of applause. Please give all our panelists a huge round of applause as they come up.
So I think I learned how to bend towards the mic from the earlier lady from the NDPC, so I'll try to manage with that bending. Essentially, it's nice to be here. My name's Simon, and to my left, I have Paul. To my right, I have Wally, very good friend. It happened, okay, Azim, nice. So we'll prefer that particular name. So there are several I have. Thank you very much. All right. So it happens that there are another 2 of us we're expecting to be present as soon as they join. Especially is this important because what they also bring to the table is very, it makes it all well-rounded when we talk about the issue of the cyber criminal. So I'll start first of all by going with Paul and asking, maybe in a minute or 2, tell us about your organization and what you do for your organization, and thereafter I'll come to Kazim.
Okay, yeah, it's working. Yeah, nice to see everyone. My name is Paul Parajon. So I moved I'm one of the Jakpada what do you call it, movement? So I moved back from Sweden to start up a company here in Lagos called CloudStride Technologies. So that started last year. So don't ask me about the challenges. It's been going pretty well. So I've had my highs and lows. What the company does, I currently we work as a system integrator. So basically, we're a partner with Oracle, AWS, and also, of course, we also do bespoke development. And in particularly, we've positioned ourselves as a cybersecurity or information security. I want to use that word sparingly, expert, because and the reason it's getting a lot of more attention now, especially here in Nigeria when you talk about data privacy and data security. And I think it's going to blow up pretty much fast, if I say that.
Thanks for that. So, Kazim, let's meet you.
My name is Kazim Noibi. I am the VP of Technology at Fair Money. Fair Money is a new bank. We pride ourselves as rewriting the money story of Africa, right? So we service millions of customers, providing loans. I specifically manage technology products for Fair Money Business. Fair Money Business products provides business banking for SMEs, merchants, and agents, and we currently serve a handful number of them within the ecosystem. Great to be here.
Nice. So, let me pause a bit. All right, we have Satilewa Uyefeso, a partner at Wigwe and Partners. He'll be shedding some legal perspective on this whole discussion around the cyber criminal. Please welcome Mr. Tilewa Oshifeso to the stage. Paul said he would like the legal person beside him, eh? All right, that's good. So let's fly. And I'll start with Paul. But a little background. At one point or the other, whether you've interacted with the cyber criminal by virtue of what you read in the news, an interaction of somebody calling you by 11 p.m. saying he's your account officer and he mistakenly sent a 4-digit number to your phone, or somebody who is your relative or your workmate claims money was pilfered from his account, in one way or the other, you will have interacted with a cyber criminal, and maybe not the very sophisticated ones, but our discussion today will look at it very holistically. We have the legal perspective, we have the several other angles that will help us come to a conclusion of what exactly needs to be done. And please note, the conversation today is not coming from the angle of just a shout of there is a problem. It's not a fire on the mountain conversation that we're here for. We want to be able to isolate at the end of the day what are the very few things we need to do, or those things we're already doing but not doing well enough that we need to focus on, and how you and I, and maybe government and other participants, can be able to help in this fight that must continue. That said, let me start with Paul. So, Paul, we'd like to share with us some thoughts on the current state of cyber threats and criminal activities. And when I say current state, I'm talking of global, Africa, Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Simon. And thanks for everyone for listening. So, I mean, this is a topic that gets me really excited, so I need to know how many minutes I have. Like,
that's a good
50
question.
seconds.
That's a good question. So I intend to fire you like maybe 2-3 questions, but in all, I want to give you like 10 minutes.
Okay, so I'll manage my time wisely then. I know I don't really know how the audience, I mean, the knowledge within cybersecurity within the audience, but I will try not to speak much technical jargons and try to at least bring it home a bit so that we can all participate in it. So when it comes to cyber threat or criminal activities globally, people used to think, people think that it is something out of ordinary. It's the same old tricks still works. Like the tricks of you have the ransomware. Ransomware is basically for layman, or for just to explain to you like 5. It's when a bad guy just take your candy and then refuse to give you back and ask you to pay some ransom for you to be able to get it back. So those kind of attacks are still very, very at play globally, and also in Africa and in Nigeria. And I know I'm gonna expatiate a bit on that also. So there's also the phishing one, which is basically you have a known site, or you have a known application that you're very comfortable with, and someone just, or a bad actor just kind of present it to you like it's original, and you go there and you use it, and it turns out that it's not something that it's not the original one, and then you are compromised. So I remember like about 15-20 years ago, the hackers, or what you call them, like the threat actors, it used to be you need to be very sophisticated in your instrumentation, in how you go about it, in how you handle things. But now it's you don't really need too much to be able to carry out perpetuate any kind of act. So I promised myself that I'm going to speak today without mentioning AI, because virtually everything that you have to sprinkle AI on top of it. But pardon me to also sprinkle it. So it becomes really, really easy now for any threat actors, for anybody to pick up some of the tools and misuse it and use it to perpetuate evil. So yeah, I will try to summarize by saying, globally, globally, locally, in Africa, when it comes to cyber threat, it's nothing as really, the old things are still at play, but it's just a bit more sophisticated. I mean, maybe I should remove the bit there. I should say it's more sophisticated because of different tools available to us to us today in the world.
Okay, beautiful. I'd like to layer on that response you gave. So, if I sit at a laptop, the tools that enable me get my work done are the tools most probably that enable anybody sitting in US, Australia, Russia, get his work done. The applications are the same, hardware relatively same. But in terms of how fraud gets perpetrated, the output you see, and the pathways to being devious that you have seen, are there really local nuances, or is it that fraud is fraud locally or internationally? Is there anything that is local that has any nuance for how it's done in this part of the world?
Yeah, I mean, if I bring it down home now in Nigeria, I mean, you could have like an European hacker try to hack a Nigerian system. He or she might find it very difficult to do, but a Nigerian can easily do that because of the nuances around that. Because, so the thing is this, and that's why I said I would really like a lawyer to sit beside me. The thing is this, when it comes to hacking, majority of us pay too much attention to the technical part. And I cannot overstretch this. I mean, the guys that calls you in the middle of the night and tells you that you should click on a link, knows every information about you, he or she doesn't need to use any kind of sophisticated tools, right? So just, I mean, permit me to digress a bit. Like, so the few of the gyms that have been working out here in Lagos, I see now that they now have thumbprints. And I asked them, I said, I mean, how are those thumbprints biometrics? How are they protected? I mean, if somebody just, it's so easy these days for you to use 5,000 naira or 3,000 naira to compromise that kind of gym, and you get that kind of information. So when you get those information, it's just a matter of performing a social engineering on you and calling you without no technical, they don't need any kind of technical device or any kind of application. They can just call you, they know where you work out in the morning, they will layer a story to you, a story sells, and before you know it, you feel that the person knows everything about you, and you start to relay and you start to give them every necessary information that they need. So I think we spend so much time thinking more about the technical part, right? We should also think about the social part, and I think that is what is really, really affecting us in that sense. So that's the nuances. That's the nuances in Nigeria compared to other countries. So the tools are the same, but the tool is just something. The knowledge around the tool is what actually makes the tool to perpetuate that evil act.
Interesting. So while there are organizations that resume for fraud, recruit for fraud, open office for fraud, the ease of access to private information makes the
different mechanism that you can use to measure them. That's one. Then the other one, which is the one that you're actually talking about, is the security part. Of course, it presents a lot of challenges when you have people working, bringing their own devices and working, because some of those devices, majority of those devices, you can't really vouch for them. I mean, it increases the attack surface in that sense, because you have people working with, and we know these days, I mean, there's an attack that happened, was it in US called, what's the name of that attack now? I think Yeah, by DarkSide, by a firm called DarkSide. I think California. No, I think it's escaped me now. And what led to that attack was the VPN of one of the employees was compromised. So when you allow people to work remotely, it kind of increases the attack surface, and then it creates more vulnerability for the company, which is why most companies will want people to work in a controlled environment where each of those devices are well controlled, right? Where they have proper endpoint security appliances in place in those applications. And by the time you leave you leave employees to come, workers to work from different part of different remotely, that kind of opens up more challenges. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'll still raise something relevant to that, but I'm informed we have one of us joining us, Frank Alaracon, the CDO of Paralex Bank. Please come on stage. You might want to, so that we're well spread out. Oh, sorry, sorry to be, you're very much welcome. A round of applause. So kindly take a seat there. You're welcome. Welcome. Thanks. All right. So sorry about that. Essentially, the point you just made then means that it is left for the organization to take that critical decision on, do I want all my techies, all my staff working where I can breathe and see them, know when they start work, know when they close, know who's working, that micromanaging style? Or do I want to benefit from the creativity that comes from the freedom of allowing them to be in the spaces where they contribute the most? He has mentioned when you decide to do the Googleplex in London a few years back, and I was taken on a tour of the whole building. And they seem to have a balance of be at the office, but be in your space. So while they were taking me around the organization, they took me to the kitchen. And of course, as you move close to the kitchen, just as you have this joint here, you'll be discerning different smells of food. And the guy said he's taking me here because he wants to show me a particular one of his colleagues. And he pointed at the guy, that this guy always resumes near the kitchen every day. When he needs to go for meetings, he goes for meetings, but everybody knows he's around the kitchen. And his explanation is that the smell of different kinds of food is what gingers him. He sits with his laptop and Google allows him work there. There were some other guys in different spaces. The other one that was funny for me was the guy that was by the ping pong table, who said just moving his eyes that way actually does something to his brain. And well, if his boss says that his output is good, so there are advantages to whether you call it remote work or more flexible working systems. But as we have heard, those are decisions an organization needs to make because it has its own exposure element. Thank you very much for that, John. Now, let me ask Kazim a few questions. And at this point, I want to talk about the aspects that has to do with there's a word we usually, when we look at the fact that what I'll call scamming 101, like the example we mentioned earlier, somebody calls you, says it's your account officer, somebody sends you an email and it is gtbank.com instead of gtbank and those kind of things. You will have thought that with the amount of information available to the relatively aware audience, like the composition we have here, that some levels of scam problem even for the informed. Is there a problem with our awareness? What is the challenge?
Okay, so from my point of view, before we started awareness, we already had a very big backlog of people in the ecosystem who did not know all these nuances, right? We had a backlog of people. Then every day, if you look at the numbers from CBN, every day we now have more people coming into financial inclusion. And as we are onboarding more people into the financial inclusion net, we are literally only onboarding them, telling them the benefits. And a lot of people neglect also telling them the risks. Right. So because of that, you have a backlog of people who you need to educate, who you are now coming up to educate. Then you are now having additional set of people who are coming into the net. So if you look at the profile of the cyber criminal, today one of the very popular style reasons why those guys perpetrate what they do is account takeover. They want to take over the account so that they can do whatever they want to do with the account, right? So if you look at that vis-a-vis what we sell to individuals in the financial space, for example, there's a lot of focus on acquisition of new users, while there is another entity somewhere who is now taking care of a backlog of people who do not have that knowledge. And that is why you see that a lot of the time when, for example, I see when they tell me that an account has been taken over, and when we go and investigate, you find out that the accounts are maybe accounts that are maybe 6 months old, less than 1 year old, which means that these guys have just come into the net. And because they've just come into the net, the awareness about the risks, they are literally very low. So, and I think the most important solution to this is to bring awareness down into the lowest form, right? The way we need to treat the issue like how we treated COVID, for example, because this seems to have a lot of economic impact, if not properly tamed, right? Because if you hear the sophistication that exists now in terms of, it's now easier to do many of those things than 10 years ago, because the same way you are now finding it convenient to do banking, you are finding it convenient to do work. That convenience comes with a level of risks that people need to know about. I think awareness now needs to increase so much into getting people to know the risks involved in using your mobile app for banking, involved in using your USSD for banking.
Thank you very much. I've been informed, as interesting as this program part is, we are asked to shrink time a little. So we might reduce the length of the conversation, but we'll try to see how best we can be able to manage. Let me go on to Frank. I'll just ask you one of the questions I have in mind. We usually talk about empowerment, something that will really help. Whose assignment is this empowerment thing? Is it government? Is it the organizations? Or do we just wait for a philanthropist to drop out of the sky? How does that help this issue of being able to solve the cybercrime issues that are growing? What are your thoughts?
Okay, thank you, Simon. The empowerment is in twofold. We have the governmental responsibility and the non-governmental. And I'm just going to narrow it down into two in 2 minutes. For the governmental, there are a few things that are already in place. We have the Cybercrime 2015 Act that we already have promulgated. But the question is, how many people have actually been, taken care of? How many cyber criminals have actually been convicted since 2015? Only 4. And that's very alarming. And you don't need to be told that there are 1,001 cyber crimes going on every day, reported at the Central Bank of Nigeria and all the, all the other government facilities. So the first thing is we have this act, but we are not dealing with it. So the responsibility starts with government themselves trying to drive this as a problem in the society. And this is where I say that we need to put a lot of effort in it. I've said it before, if you have special bank for industrial relations, we should have a special bank, or a special court, rather, for industrial relations. We should have a special court for cyber crimes. That we have the judges who understand this terrain, we have, the lawyers who understand this terrain, and they're able to quickly clean it up. That, for me, is one empowerment that must go from the government. The other one is the non-governmental, which is the corporate bodies. And I'm taking a cue from what Lagos State did about 20 years ago. The Lagos State Security Trust Fund is an evidence to show that the corporate bodies can actually do something with government to eradicate crime. And you will see that in what we are seeing everywhere today. So imagine if all the corporate bodies have a pool of their CSR or their profit after tax to drive cybercrime and drive it to the least level. Our society will be safer, and this empowerment will now go down the drain. We go down to the last mile. Thank
Fantastic. Before I go on to Tilewa, I have just one more question for you. And when Paul spoke earlier, he said he was careful not to just go to sprinkle AI on everything. The tools that are available technology-wise for the good guys are also available for the bad guys. And a simple illustration is, if you had a knife in the hand of a well-trained ethical butcher, then you know food is on the way. But if you had that same tool in the hand maybe of a serial killer, then you'd be looking for a way to run away. What then do we do in this age of growing cybercrime issues when the same tools available to solve the problem are available to cause the problem? Any thoughts?
Yeah, so we have hackers everywhere, but there are two types. We have the dark hackers and the white hackers. And every time we categorize them based on their intention and the outcome of the activities. Nigeria today has a lot of very strong guys who are native in hacking. I can tell you that. And I'll give a very good example. I have a teenager who is a son who is studying robotics and artificial intelligence. I hardly can hide my passwords. I change them every 3 months because of him. He will hack it and give me the next one. Because he can think about you, he knows what you are thinking, he understands your languages. Your passwords are about who you are. So now imagine if that guy gets to become a dark hacker, he will get the job done. No, what we need to do therefore is to build an ecosystem of white hackers who can actually think in the way we think. Today, a lot of the white hackers we even have around are actually trained abroad. They don't think like Nigerians. A Mushin hacker will think like a Mushin hacker. And he understands how a Mushin guy knows what to do and is able to circumvent. You don't bring someone from Europe to be a white hacker. He would think like he's in Germany. Do you get that? So we need to do a lot about localizing those things, and there must be a lot of investment in it. Thank you.
Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'll go on to Tilewa. Collaboration is also another recommendation that has severally been brought up when we talk about cybercrime. And this collaboration among competing industry players seems to be a problem. It's easy to talk about, but when it comes to actually seeing people do it, we compete on a level, but we decide to collaborate on another level. So it's almost a national anthem, but it's not being done when we talk especially about fraud. What is the reason for this in your estimation?
Thank you very much for having me once again. Well, very quickly, collaboration is very vital when it comes to cohesion in the tech space. And we all know that several stakeholders are involved here. And we should be quick to just mention a few of them. We have the legislatures, we have government parastatals, we have the traditional financial institutions, we have the venture capitalists, and we have the startup ecosystem. Now the problem is that there's this cultural dimension to it. A lot of these big players are averse to data sharing amongst them. We know that there are several challenges that plague our nation in terms of multiple collation of data. We have several agencies collating data. I'll give you an instance. If you look at the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, for instance, Section 16 of that legislation talks about the establishment of a criminal records registry, which should be in custody of the Nigerian police force. So you know that the Nigerian police force is also a key stakeholder in terms of collating data. You want to have the data of ex-convicts so that you can understand user behavioral patterns in terms of knowing who your users are and their behavioral repertoire. So essentially, there ought to be cohesion of data and there ought to be collaboration amongst these industry players. When we look at the framework of the Constitution, we know that the Constitution preaches federalism. But in practice, the Constitution is actually unitary in its dimension. So that places a question mark on our security apparatus. You find that the federal government is operating at a different level. The state governments are also operating at a different level. And you have the police that are closest to the people at the grassroots level. And if there's no cohesion among these major players, then of course the body language of the financial institutions and the fintech organizations, you know what it is. It's all about cross-pollinate. All the various key stakeholders need to understand that there ought to be some cohesion. So I would suggest that it's possible for us to have a national conference on cybersecurity, for instance, where you bring all these players on board and let them understand the nitty-gritty and the importance of cohesion and collaboration.
That's lovely. Really appreciate. So lastly, I would just ask you, one of the challenges that we hear from banks and fintechs is that the present dictated route of pursuing, and this is now when fraud occurs, the present route with which the route with which we must pursue a fraud event seems to be so long-winded, court order, this, that, and by the time you are getting that, the guy has cashed out. Are there still any things we can do to tighten the processes and ensure we just fly as the crow does? The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Is there anything we can do to the system as it stands today?
Okay, very well, thank you. Very quickly, one of us had mentioned the Cybercrime Prohibition and Prevention Act of 2015, which is very apposite. Of course, recently we know that there has been amendment to that legislation. We have the Cybercrime Prohibition and Prevention Amendment Act of 2024. Now, there are interesting provisions in the recent legislation that has just been passed into law, one of which is that there's an establishment of a sectoral computer emergency response team. I also have a security operations team that deals with quick responses to issues relating to fraud, cybercrime, and cyber threats, as it were. So it gives a 72-hour timeline for anyone who notices any fraudulent activity in form of suspicion to make that report as quickly as possible. But we know that implementation is another problem with these statutes. So for me, I believe that for those in the fintech ecosystem, for instance, the startup ecosystem, you need to understand the risk management framework, which is a quicker response. That's you're talking about prevention now and quick detection so that you don't get trapped in the closet of the long route of litigation, because when you go the whole hog, the cost, of course, is very alarming and it will impact on your business and your projections negatively. So you need to be able to understand risk management. You identify the risk, in real time. You assess the risk, whether it's enterprise risk solutions or your innovative solutions area. So you need to understand these things. And you also need to establish monitoring and control systems, internal control systems to strengthen your ability to monitor and detect risk. So once you do all this, at least, fraud cannot be completely eradicated, but it can be minimized to the barest minimum. So you need to have that culture.
As interesting as this conversation is getting, I've been notified we have to round off here. So permit me to thank all our participants. It's been a beautiful session. Frank, Kazim, Paul, and Tilewa, I've really enjoyed myself. And thank you for a very attentive audience I love the faces we're seeing. Thank you for your time. Very grateful.
All right, that was a really exciting one. Can we give all our panelists a big round of applause? I had a good time. I'm sure you had an interesting conversation, listening to all of their insights on the cyberspace and how we can boost cyber, crime and up the game really in that sector. Of course, the next panelists and speakers, this is a very interesting one. It's shaping the future of mobility, innovation, challenges, and opportunity. And I'm sure that you definitely will be excited to really enjoy this next session. So I'm going to call, of course, the moderator, Victory Wilson, a multi-award winning broadcast journalist, event compare, voice-over artist, and proficient communication specialist, currently in news anchor and TV host at Silverbird Television. And she promises to bring a wealth of experience, wit and charm to the GTA Conference 2024. Can we give her a big round of applause as she comes up? Why now? Please give her a round of applause. People at the back are not clapping. All right, our next panelist, that's the moderator, Mr. Oluwaseun Omotosho. He's the COO of GoCard. I'm sure we know GoCard, right? All right, he is the CEO of GoCard, like I said, revolutionizing urban deliveries in Nigeria with secure, fast, and affordable last-mile services. Since he joined in 2021, he has led operations to generate over $150 million in GTV and handle over 4 million orders. And with over 15 years of experience, he's a speaker, trainer, and mentor. Please give him a big round of applause. We also have Mr. Williams Fatayo, who is the CEO and co-founder of TrueQ, and is a proven multi-potentiate who has spent the last decade of his life across engineering, sales, growth, and logistics. Please give him a big round of applause. With a deep commitment to his work, the brilliant mind he works with, and the customers he works with a relentless pursuit of excellence. Our next panelist. Working. Can you hear me? All right, Mrs. Aderonke. She's the director of operations Shotlaz. I'm sure we know Shotlaz, right? Please, can we give her a big round of applause? She's passionate about leveraging technology and innovation to transform the transportation industry and enhance the commuter experience, and always open to networking opportunities and discussions, management, and smart mobility solutions. And they'll be talking about the future of mobility, innovations, and challenges and opportunities in Africa. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is about to be a very, very interesting conversation. But first, before we start, I want to be sure that you are ready to take in all that we have for you on this panel session. All right, so if you're ready, let me hear you say aye. We're in the House of Representatives. Let's just take it like that. So there's no nay. If you're ready, let me hear you say aye. Aye. Fantastic. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Since you refuse to clap for us, please clap for yourselves. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Victory Wilson, like our beautiful host introduced earlier, and I will be moderating this panel. We'll be talking about shaping the future of mobility, innovations, challenges, and opportunities for Africa. As human beings, individuals, we know that mobility is an important aspect of our being, so this panel is very important. But before I go ahead, I would like my panelists to introduce themselves better. Let's start from Mr. Fatayo.
Thank you very much, Victory. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Williams Fatayo. I am the CEO and co-founder of Truck, where we are building the operating system and financial infrastructure for commercial fleet operators. What that means is we provide the technology that commercial logistics fleet operators run on to log their trips, accept payments, access financial solutions, access operational services that they need, from fueling to mechanics to spare parts and everything. And then just get to, from a single touch point, access everything they need to succeed as logistics operators. We're currently working with about 10,000 users across the entire system, process close to $5 million in gross transaction volume, still very early. But because these guys are running on our system, we are now able to layer a marketplace game on them where businesses that need them, platforms that need them, can integrate with our system to access commercial logistic vehicles from a 1-ton minivan to like a 10-ton, 15-ton truck when they need it. It's great to be here, and I'm looking forward to a really exciting conversation. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Fatayo. It's great to hear you say all of that about trucks. All right.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, thank you. My name is Oluwaseun Omontosho. I currently sit as the COO, Okada, where we are revolutionizing, deliveries with between businesses and connecting them with, gig economy workers. Just basically making their life simple, all as it were. At the moment, we control over 6,000. We have over 6,000 gig workers with us. And of course, helping them in their day-to-day, activities, making lives better for them above all. So that's just to simply put, I'm also glad to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aderonke Olubowale. I'm currently the Director of Operations at Shuttlers. At Shuttlers, we're on a mission to provide safe, affordable, and accessible transportation to everybody, corporates, and individuals. Our mission is to provide, is to improve the quality of life of our users, right? And we have an ecosystem where we have tech-enabled systems and partners who onboard their vehicles on our platform. So we basically run a sort of lease to own for users, for partners, and none of these vehicles technically belong to Shuttlers. So we are bringing people together, bringing partners together, and providing safe mobility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Ms. Aderonke Olubowale. And I've just been notified that the co-founder of Max is here to join the panel, Mr. Chinedu Ozodo. Is he here? Okay, Mr. Chinedu. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Chinedu. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so I was told it's Azodo. Please pardon me. Let's keep clapping. Thank you. Okay. Okay, welcome, Mr. Chinedu. So we'd like you to introduce yourself better before we kick off the panel discussion.
Hi, can everyone hear me? All right, my name is Chinedu Ozodo. I'm co-founder and president of Max. Max is the largest vehicle subscription platform in West Africa today. We have over 220,000 drivers on the platform with about 40,000 drivers supported so far. We provide a vehicle rental subscription product, primarily targeting commercial taxi drivers in the 2 and 3 wheel space. We operate in 16 countries, in 16 cities across 3 countries in West Africa today: Nigeria, Ghana, and Cameroon. We also operate one of the largest EV fleets in the country and across West Africa, with electric motorcycles being a product we've deployed as a business since 2019. And over the last 9 years, successfully scaled up the business and raised well over $40 million. It's a pleasure to be here and look forward to learning more.
Welcome, Mr. Chinedu. All right, my name once again is Victory Wilson, and we'll be discussing shaping the future of mobility, innovations, challenges, and opportunities for Africa. We're going to start with innovation in mobility, just so we, water the floor. And, the mobility sector has experienced a lot of innovations, and we can see from e-mobility, smart transport system, and this question will be directed to you, Fatayo, the CEO of Trucks. We've seen so many innovations, e-mobility, smart transport system. We even experienced the BRT, bus rapid transit, right, which individuals also benefit from. And these digital solutions as well benefit both the individual users, logistic providers as well. But you as a founder, as a developer, what other innovations have you seen that has come up in this field of mobility, and how do you think it has helped to improve Africa?
Thank you very much. I think the very first innovation that has picked up recently is the transition into EV, electric vehicles, EV fleets.
Yeah, we're getting to that.
Yeah. Very recently, the conversation started coming to the forefront about how do we reduce the effect of logistics and mobility activities on our environment.
Yeah.
And that's where we see companies like Max, like Chinedu mentioned earlier, deploying EV fleets into amongst their vehicles. I think the second one that we've seen recently is marketplace approaches gaining predominance. Usually when you want to do logistics, you buy 5 trucks, 5 vans, or 10 bikes, and you just stay at that level. You can only access demand to those 10 and all of that. But we've seen platforms like ours, platforms like Gokada, aggregating gig economy players, opening up, aggregating a lot of all of those fleets, and then opening them up to everybody that needs them. The recent iteration of innovation at Truck is also playing in this direction, where any commercial fleet operator anywhere can get on the system to build some creditworthiness, access financing, and access everything they need to succeed, such that anybody that needs them can then come connect with them off the system. So that marketplace approach and how individually we've creatively figured out ways to approach it or deploy it, but it's picked up serious momentum in recent years.
Yeah, thank you for that. All right, Mr. Chinedu, we've seen, like you just explained, Max has incorporated and leveraged on Internet of Things and AI in their services. And we've seen that some cities in the world now have been declared smart cities, like Seoul, London and all of that, with the use of electric cars and so on. But in Africa, we've not seen much of that. So do you think that Africa is ready for these kind of innovations? Because we're talking about shaping the future of mobility in Africa, for Africa. Do you think we're ready for these kind of innovations? If we are, how can we start incorporating them into our transportation system?
I mean, that's a fantastic question, and thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Innovation will look very different here, right? So if you look at, what we have, we don't have great roads, right? Nigeria has one of the poorest road networks in the world, and this is consistently across the case with African countries. So the reality is the concept of smart cities and how they exist in places like Seoul and London will be very different here, right? So in Seoul, in London, there's spa everywhere. EVs are a very different kind of story, right? If you look at cars today in Nigeria, the Toyota Corolla brand new sells at what, 28 million, 30 million naira, right? And EV probably sells around the same price. So if we think about the impact of electrification in transportation, it will look very different. It will look more like two-wheelers, it will look more like three-wheelers, it will look more like shared transport, like buses and stuff like that. And I think, as we think about that, as we think about the future of mobility, smart cities and whatnot, we need to really spend a lot of time thinking about how does that look like in our own context, right?
Yes.
So, and if you look at, moving away from cities like Lagos where you have motorcycle bans and things like that, if you look at, Shobo and a bunch of other kinds of cities, those cities can quickly become very advanced and smart cities by adopting infrastructure that enables things like 2- and 3-wheel EVs, right? Because you find out in those kinds of cities, their primary mass transit is built around these kinds of transportation. And by going electric, what you see is drivers are typically saving anywhere from 30% to 70% of operational costs because of the cost of petrol and then the cost of like maintenance and the impact that has, right? So it's more profitable for the drivers, right? And it gives an advantage to smaller cities or to tier 2, tier 3 cities that have these mass populations that don't necessarily know how to deliver value to them. Right?
All these things are infrastructural defaults and challenges, right? But we've not talked about the solutions. How can we start incorporating them into our transport system?
I mean, that's
considering where we are.
Absolutely.
Considering that it's Africa.
Absolutely. So to speak a bit to that, what we've done as a business at Max is we've started putting together relationships to enable this work. So we just signed a partnership with Owando to roll out swap stations across different parts of their network, right? It does mean that you have other players who are going to come into the space and do stuff, right? So if you look at what Shotlers has been doing with some of their vehicle financing as well, that's critical to helping, right? If you look at, in fact, you have 4 companies on the stage here who fundamentally, in one way or another, play in some sense level of financing, right?
Yeah.
And that's part of how do you localize this, because typically in other parts of the world, you have commercial banks who provide similar services, right? But what you've seen happen in this market is when you think about how portfolios perform when you manage like the portfolio of like collections and stuff, a lot of businesses are not performing above 78%, right? And so to really make this profitable and work in this market, you have to develop a special skill set required to deliver profitability, right? And so and that's what a few of us have been able to do, where you have companies like Max today delivering over 90% collections on a portfolio basis, right? So you're able to essentially extend credit to solve problems, right? We're also rolling out what you call swap stations, so for electric mobility, where the key issues people have with electric mobility is something called range anxiety, which is how long will the battery go before it dies, right? Another thing is then the availability of what you call the time of battery charging, where battery charging, if you're using a fast charger, typically will take from anywhere from 4 hours to 8 hours, right? And so what we've done is to then, part of thinking about the future of the city, the city of the future, is we rolled out something called swap stations, where in under 3 minutes you can go with a motorcycle or a tricycle and swap out the battery and continue working. What that also means from a financing standpoint is that from a financing standpoint is that for commercial taxi drivers, they don't have to buy batteries when they buy the vehicles. They can essentially only get finance for the chassis, right? And we, as a network provider, continue to maintain and own batteries, right? Which in the case then reduces the total cost of ownership to them, right? Increases better availability because we then operate the network and drive distribution for them, right? And then increases consistent availability for them and access to credit, because then they're able to see a path to consistent availability and also direct ownership, which then has other benefits in terms of transition of wealth and all the other things. So, the city of the future, as far as mobility is concerned, looks very different in an African context versus what we've seen today in the West.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right. To the CEO of GoCada, this question is actually for you because you're into. Hey, welcome. Move my mic. Let me borrow. All right. So because you're into operations that's even closer to the people better. I mean, GoCada is used by both the service providers, the riders, and the end users, and even normal daily people that have to carry out daily activities. And the challenge is that from an end user perspective, challenges that most people go through is bad roads, hike in price, and this is what affects transportation, right? What innovative solutions can we provide to solve these issues, one? And from the end of the producer, from the end of the developer, what are the challenges that you people experience, that hinders you from providing good service to people in Africa? So let's generalize it. What are the hindrances that we have, the challenges that you face as developers, and what innovative solutions can we put in place? Infrastructural solutions as well. And how can the government even come in to make it better?
All right, thank you for the question. So I would like categorize fashion my answer into like two. Firstly, take a glimpse back. Just about a year ago, the subsidy was removed, and the impact was felt everywhere. In fact, as a matter of fact, I would say the mobility system, mobility sector was like the first hitters, as it were, because everything we're doing is tied to petrol, right? There's nothing, if you want to transport goods from point A to point B, there's petrol factor in it. If you're moving people from point A to point B, there's petrol element. And what that did to people was like a shock. What we saw was that people and businesses started raising their prices to align with the percentage increment in whatever, the subsidy that was removed. But that wasn't necessarily the best way to go about it, right? In terms of approach, what I was observed was that on the supply, on the producer side, like we are, I'm speaking for my side now, we saw other competitors raise their pricing, price per kilometer, price per, base fare, and we saw customers not placing orders any longer. Everybody just stopped. So there was a decline in the number of customers that were actively within the ecosystem. At that time, the subsidy was removed. In fact, for the first 4 months, that was the case. But on our side, we left the pricing as is to be. We didn't touch anything. Now, it wasn't favorable to the drivers because they were buying fuel for so much, and that led us to innovate. Now, originally, you couldn't pick more than one pickup. Like if anybody you place an order, I just pick up, I go. Or you place an order, I pick up, and I deliver in multiple locations, for example. The innovation that was done was to allow for multiple pickups as opposed to just one pickup. Now, that will cater to, okay, I buy oil for 1.5. Before, I can only do one order. But now, if I buy for 1.5, through our route optimization processes, you can pick orders along the line. But like every 1 kilometer, you could see orders, the riders were exposed to picking orders along that route. And it gave them more money, more disposable income at the time of their operation. You understand? If you're delivering formally until you complete a trip, you can't pick an order. We also opened up that opportunity for them. So, yes, initially, we weathered the storm to keep the customer base the same. Competition was coming towards our platform because, people you have like 4 or 5 apps. If you don't use this one, I'll use this one. The first to come. But when other people were increasing pricing, we didn't do that. And then that led to a surge of customers. Now, when customers came, we now started to tweak our pricing. But at the time, it wasn't a question of there was no demand. Some other platform were struggling for demand. It's a good problem to have a demand problem than to have a supply. Sorry, to have a supply problem than a demand problem. A demand problem is, if you have a demand problem, you're as good as not, in business, as it were. So those were some of the innovations. Now, bringing it down home in terms of the challenges that I see, right? There's nothing we're going to do that you won't need government. The government needs to back up businesses in terms of its policies, in terms of its, the way they go about their implementation of these policies. About 4 weeks or 5 weeks ago, the Lagos State government came up with the mobility policy, transport policy for the next 15 years. I'm not sure how many mobility companies have looked into that policy, what it entails. Now, there was a time the same Lagos State government brought a policy that banned two-wheelers in the whole of Lagos State for ride-hailing. You understand? It affected some businesses, and some other businesses metamorphosed into it. Now, as a player in the mobility space, part of the responsibility I have is to understand those government policies and how they can impact me. I have read the policy, I've digested it, I see the fact that the government is trying to introduce, by the end of the first 5-year period, non-motorized transport system, i.e. scooters, bicycles. So all those infrastructures will be needed to be put in place. There's none like that here in Nigeria or most African cities. Overseas, we have that. The government is also trying to introduce to fully integrate the multimodal transportation system. That means from your house to your office to your, that means if you're going to take a train, you take a train. If you're going to take a cab, you take a cab. If you're going to take, all those last mile buses, you take them. So the mobility policy that's been introduced has all of these provisions, as it were. Now, will it affect other mobility businesses, i.e. logistic companies and all that, because there's some part of it that says they try to fizzle out all two-wheelers entirely. So whether it's for logistics or for use for other purposes, even three-wheelers, keke, there are places where the government is trying to introduce their own last-mile assets to cover those areas. But would that be enough, given the population of Lagos? Lagos is growing on a very geometric progression, and the more there's population, there's need for assets to cover all of those sides. I don't think the government can do it alone. So there should be room enough. The government has seen the way mobility business is. It went into business by this lag ride stuff through his partners, Ibile Odin. Recently, they just introduced and launched another 5,000 again, in addition to what they had before. So there's business in mobility. However, the infrastructure to back all of this is one thing. It's bad roads. Almost everywhere in Lagos, you see construction going on. How long are those things going to take? There's a plan for the Fourth Mainland Bridge from the island to Ikorodu. All of these things are what needs to be in place. I think we woke up too late in Nigeria, let me put it that way, to meet up with the demands and requirements, mobility needs in Nigeria. Our population grew more than we expected. Maybe there wasn't a plan for it, or I don't know. But again, we are saying Nigeria. It's only Lagos that is even thinking about all of these things. Some states are not even looking at that. So those are the problems and the challenges that we have on ground that needs to be really tackled. And once those things can be sorted out, I think we're good to go. Thank you.
I also like the fact that you even mentioned that the government is putting in some work, as we can see the work that the government is putting in.
Yes.
And if the government invests more in mobility, I mean, it goes without saying that there is strength in unity. So the private bodies and the public bodies, that's the government, join hands together to make this work. We, in fact, shape the future of Africa in terms of transportation for the better. All right, to wrap up, we have 5 minutes more. All right, to wrap up, let me ask my lady. All right, we're just going to wrap up with this question. I wanted to ask you something else, but because of time, are there any successful examples, that we can model from in Africa? Successful examples of cities in Africa that have already gone, taking transportation a notch higher in terms of the use of AI, Internet of Things, and leveraging of blockchain and all of that to provide solutions to make Africa at least closer to the other continents. Are there any successful examples that we can pick up from and implement what they have done in Nigeria? Moving on.
Thank you, Victory. So I can say that there are a few countries in Africa that we can emulate. So there's South Africa, there's even Cote d'Ivoire that is very close to us, and there is also maybe Rwanda, right? And the reason why I say that is because we have taken learnings from there. We have looked at their transportation system, basically not just trying to emulate what they have, but also bringing in some new innovations also to Nigeria, particularly in Lagos, because of the large population that we have here. So case in point, just what the CEO of Gokada has said, where you have the introduction of route optimization, etc. So for us at Shuttlers, one of the major things that we do is we are trying to improve the quality of life of people. So you can think about it this way. Right now in Africa, you have over 400 million people that are living below the poverty level. And this means that they may not even have access to some of these great innovations that you are talking about. Yes, there's the partnership with EV, there's the innovation with TNG and all of that, but how many of these people actually have access, right? And so what we are doing at Shuttlers is to be able to aggregate all of these things together and bring it home to Nigeria, where you can move, thousands of people in an affordable and safe way, whether it is through the road transportation, it is through air, it is by sea, what have you. With partnerships with people like Max, for example, you can bring affordable transportation and still keep the environment clean, So those are some of the new innovations that we are trying to bring into Nigeria. So you can emulate some of these things and bring it home, basically ensuring that it's not just available, but it's also affordable and accessible.
Accessibility is key. And with that, we've come to the end of this session. Shaping the future of mobility. I like that you mentioned the opportunities that we have. I hope that you gained a thing or two. And we saw that some of these companies have already started implementing these solutions like Max and trucks here. So I hope that we've gained a thing or two from this session and we'll implement them in our various companies. Thank you so much. My name once again is Victory Wilson. Enjoy the rest of the event. And a round of applause for us. Thank you.
All right, that was a very interesting conversation. Can we give all the panelists a big round of applause? And we're getting to the peak, like they say, the peak of it all, and just slowly wrapping up. And thank you so much for your patience since morning. All the sessions have been practicable, and there's been so much insight. I believe we've learned so much. We've gained so much information from AI to mobility to privacy and security. I feel like I'm an expert already on all these conversations. So, of course, moving on to the next conversation on blockchain policy. A lot of people, I believe, are invested in this particular one, right? Are we tired? You know my job, in case you don't, my job is to ginger you, to keep you on your feet, to introduce the next speaker. So I'm going to keep doing that till we wrap up. Of course, our next panelists, I would introduce them very briefly. Oluwole Oyeniran, he's a digital engineering leader for Deloitte and Touche in West Africa, and he's the moderator. He is he's experienced in process analysis and improvement, architectural design, application software section. He's also worked with clients in the tech, media, and telecommunications space, financial services, mainly banking, consumer markets, retail, oil and gas, and public sector. Can we give him a big round of applause? Mr. Femi Adegolu, please, are you here? Okay, I'm CEO and co-founder of B-Chain, Africa, experienced entrepreneur, business administrator, and project manager with over a decade of experience. Please give him a big round of applause. A lot of our panelists have so much. Their profile is heavyweight, so we have to keep it short so that we don't go out of time. We also want to introduce Deborah Ojebede. Apologies if I murdered your name. It was not my fault, you know. And she's the CEO of AFEM Blockchain Network. Our cumulative experience is now being utilized to drive blockchain adoption in Africa through innovative web solutions. Please give her a big round of applause. We also have engineer Salisu, I believe is here, the Director, Digital Economy Development Department of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITD. Is he here? Please give him a big round of applause. Please keep it coming, keep the clap coming. It encourages our panelists and our speakers. We also have Mr. Emo Motimi, John Agama, who is the DG, CEO, Securities and Exchange Commission. Please give him a big round of applause if he's here. Thank you very much.
That's fine. Hello, everyone. One of the worst times to have a session is after lunch. Unfortunately, we are stuck in that. So we're going to keep it swift and breezy so that you get value and we don't delay you too long before you nod off. If you are asleep or about to, please indicate by a show of hands. Anyone asleep? Okay. We'll try to change that with our conversation today. Now, the Nigerian blockchain policy, many of you may be aware, it was approved by the federal government over a year ago, in May 2023, to be precise. And we have a very great team of professionals who are here on board, including NIDA, the custodians of the policy, to engage in a healthy conversation as to how this policy can add value to us. So I would like to start with you, Engineer Salisu.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the first question is, as NIDA, the custodians of this policy, what is your view as to the intent and the spirit behind the policy? Why do we have the policy? Can we start with that, sir?
Thank you very much. As I was formally introduced, my name is Engineer Salus Kaka. I head the Digital Economy Development Department of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, which is an agency under the Ministry of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy. Before I respond to that question straight, I think it's good to give some historical perspectives so that at least we can connect and easily identify where we are and what are the promises the policy is all about to bring to the society. Everyone I'm here knows that blockchain is one of the emerging technologies that came into the society and immediately generated some experiences that are both positive and negative. Like every other emerging technologies, it came in and it disrupted it's coming along with its own disruption. And the positive of it is that, yes, the earliest entry of the blockchain technology was in the financial sector. And I believe here, I don't need to repeat, everybody knows what is crypto and what is happening around the crypto. So positively, it enables individuals, societies to get extra means of income and part of their financial requirement. But on the negative aspect of that was that is among the few technologies actually that comes and steer the whole world, which the society find it difficult to clearly identify those core benefits that at initial appears to be staggering in nature, and the complexity it comes along with it as well in understanding the technology first and trying to see how it will also align with other existing, particularly legacy technologies. And of course, it requires time, it requires learning process, it requires effort to ensure that at least particularly governments understands this technology. And globally, everyone knows that public sector is, I think, the least risk taker in terms of entry into anything, particularly technology, blockchain in particular, that come with that mixed feeling. So in 2019, when it was obvious to Nigerian government that blockchain technology is one of the emerging technologies that come to stay, and the impact keep rising as positively, and also the risks keep also rising positively. So in 2019, the critical stakeholders, particularly the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Security and Exchange Commission, the NIDA, and the security agencies have to sit down and see, we need to do something as a government. We can't block this technology from coming into the society, it's already there, and we can't continue watching the risks piling up without doing anything. So the idea to come up with recognizing the virtual assets, I think, was cooked there after a series of engagement and discussions. The Security and Exchange Commissions issued their own regulations on SEC regulation of virtual assets. So a little effort by the government to recognize the application of blockchain technology, particularly around the financial sector. So, but that wasn't enough because, yes, SEC recognized this, then we have another sort of conflicting regulation now from the CBN, which was not ready. For those who have been following the news, I think around 2021, there was a pronouncement from Central Bank of Nigeria to not recognizing cryptocurrency. So it has been an issue. So the discussions continue until around that's 2023, when the Ministry of Communication feels that, okay, we need to come out with a regulation or with a policy to at least they make that policy pronouncement to at least recognize the technology, regardless of where it has been applied, in an attempt to diversify its own application, so that let society see the potential in using blockchain technology beyond the financial sector. Series of 10 of use case application across all other sectors of the economy, agriculture, health sector, supply chain, logistics, name it. So that policy was developed and it was made simple with an ambitious intentions to make the society see and appreciate the potential of using blockchain technology beyond that financial sector. So that's another step above, beyond the SEC regulation on the VAT. So after that, late December, around December 2023 again, the central bank now said, okay, yes, things are happening around this virtual asset. People do transaction within the virtual asset segment, but they cannot translate it into currency that is being recognized by the government. Then Central Bank of Nigeria issued the guideline on the virtual asset. So now the three documents, the SEC regulation, the national blockchain policy, and the SEC and the CBN guideline now at least come closer, and we have a little off, and which relax the tension. Now people can do virtual transactions. Central bank is ready to recognize these, so the transactions is moving slowly. So we have these three components, which is an effort by the government to see that, yes, we guided the society in utilizing this blockchain technology effectively, and I think we are getting positive response, particularly the approach we took in implementing this blockchain technology. Going back to what I said earlier, because of the complexity of the nature of the blockchain technology, government felt that, okay, let implementation of this policy be private sector led. So we established a National Blockchain Policy Steering Committee. The committee is being chaired by a private sector, and they are working now. We had a session just around May this year to co-create the implementation plan along the three focus areas of the policy. The policy has only three focus areas: the talent development to promote indigenous technology, pool skills and developers of this blockchain technology, so that we have the control of the technology, not only adopting or using it. Then we have innovation. How do innovation can come out of this technology to go into all other sectors of the economy beyond the financial sector? Then adoption. How can these solutions, when innovation is done, how can it be promoted through adoption? So this implementation plan are what has been developed jointly by the steering committees, and the discussion is very soon, hopefully by next month, and then we'll issue out this implementation plan, and we'll start rolling the use case scenarios across all the identified sectors. We are trying to start with those critical sectors and identify those services that can bring maximum impact, so that at least we diffuse the mind of the society to see blockchain technology applications beyond cryptocurrency. There are enormous potential that this technology can help the society.
Thank you very much, engineer. You have given us the full story. Clearly, you have the records of all the actions that led to where we are today, but we are only moving forward, and we are looking forward to this plan, which is next month, coming out, hopefully next month. Deborah, the engineer spoke of innovation as being one of the key pillars of the policy. What do you envision in terms of the possible uses of this blockchain technology and the value it can add to the Nigerian economy? What's your perspective, Deborah?
All right. Thank you so much for that question. So in terms of applicable use cases of the blockchain, and you're right, he rightly mentioned and talked about us seeing different use cases beyond the cryptocurrency in itself. But in terms of where we are right now, and in my own opinion, I believe that the major use case that we're seeing currently still revolves around cryptocurrency and payments, because we're at that time where we see people turning to easier ways to do their remittances. So you want to send money abroad, versus having to go through a traditional bank that might take a couple of hours or a couple of days, and even maybe at a pretty much large fee. You would rather just turn to crypto and send money across borders, which makes it very easy, especially across emerging economies such as Nigeria. And so one of the major use cases that we're seeing are around payments. But in terms of potential use cases, and maybe bringing it, to the African context now, there are a couple of use cases that I've seen. Hopefully we can implement that. I know that we're still at early stages here in Nigeria, the government taking their time to put all these regulatory frameworks in place. But in terms of potential use cases, we've seen amazing use cases around voting, for instance. I think this was first implemented in Sierra Leone, where they held their presidential election, leveraging blockchain technology. We're also seeing use cases around real-world asset tokenization. So it means that literally you can invest in a high-value asset without necessarily having to own the entire thing, because what the blockchain helps us do is to be able to fractionalize that asset and make it accessible to even low-income earners. So you don't necessarily, like land, for instance, like property. So you don't need to have that $10 million, $1 million to invest in property, but you can invest at a fractionalized level. And it also sort of gives access to foreign investments that were not necessarily available with traditional banking. So I'm very much bullish on real-world asset tokenization, because that way we're bringing real stuff to the blockchain. It's not just, talking about assets that do not exist, but actual real-world assets coming to the blockchain. So that's one major use case that I'm really bullish on and looking forward to.
Thank you so much, Deborah. We'd like to introduce our final panelist who's just joined us, Mr. Momotemi John Agama. He is the Director General, CEO of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Please, you are welcome to the platform. Can you please join us? Thank you. And you're going to come in hot, because the next question is for you, sir. Okay. There was a comment that Deborah made now about one of the common use cases for blockchain involving using crypto technology. So the question is that there's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of takes, different perspectives. SEC has guidelines, CBN has, then this policy exists. Around this crypto technology, it remains controversial. What is your perspective on this matter, especially bearing in mind the restrictions that are currently in place around how this technology is used in Nigeria? What would be your perspective from the SEC angle?
I'm late because I was in another panel. I didn't know I was supposed to be here. Whatever the case is, I'm here already. So speaking to cryptocurrency, I'm excited. I'm excited because it's an area of major interest for me. My PhD was around there, right? And the topic, my thesis topic was the impact of cryptocurrency operations on macroeconomic variables. And so, clearly, is there a restriction? Is it controversial? No. Right? I've been in the SEC for over 20 years before I assumed a leadership role. And prior to that, I was head of registration, exchanges, and market infrastructure. One of the things I worked on as head of registration was on the statement of classification for cryptocurrencies. And so, from the SEC's angle, we have complete clarity as to what we should be doing. And what should we be doing? We are responsible for the trading of crypto assets or digital assets on an exchange. And we have so issued regulations. And one of those regulations we have issued is the VASP, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Regulation, which is out there, which is available for anyone who wants to play in the field. Besides that, we've also introduced what we call the regulatory incubation. And the regulatory incubation is the sandbox for fintechs, including cryptocurrency exchanges. So besides that also, in order for us to deal with the emerging issues, we created an accelerated regulatory incubation program in order to provide provisional licenses for people who are interested. So there is no controversy as far as we are concerned at the SEC. These are digital assets. And digital assets, trading of those digital assets are within the confines of the SEC, enabled by the Investment and Securities Act 2007. So I believe strongly that what we need to do is to educate ourselves and ask questions. The SEC is open to receiving queries, and we are available to answering those queries in order to be able to clear the doubt, if any, that exists among Nigerians.
Thank you so very much for the clarity. So you all hear it. There are guidelines, there are frameworks. Follow them, and we'll be fine. Right, sir?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Femi, I'm confident that BitChain Africa also has some contributions that you are making around developing blockchain. I'd like to hear from you. How are you contributing to driving the blockchain agenda forward in the context of this policy?
Okay, yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Femi Adegolu. I'm the founder of BitChain Africa. Well, very good question. The blockchain technology is less than 15 years old, and we're still emerging. So for an emerging country, for an emerging technology, and for Nigeria that has a population of over 75% young people, the first thing is to contribute towards capacity building and knowledge transfer, because people cannot use a product they don't use. People cannot use a service they don't understand. So for people to be able to actually come into this ecosystem, they need to understand how it works, which we do for trainings, we do a lot of workshops, we do conferences, organizing a lot of events to, let people know how well they can participate in the ecosystem as either developers or non-developers, whether you write codes or you don't write codes, whether you are a salesperson or you're a designer or you are an engineer, whatever you can do, right? We want to see how we can help you build a niche in the space. That's what we do at BitChain Africa. Now, in terms of how I contribute to the policy, now I've been on several media houses, on Arise News, on channels, asked questions regarding the Binance saga with the federal government. And, I spoke extensively on how the government can basically make a lot of money from taxing these companies rather than allowing them go. You can see every month it's like it's a normal thing to hear that one company has left Nigeria. Oh, the other day we heard that GSK has left Nigeria. Some other companies, whether in blockchain or not, they are leaving Nigeria. And why do they leave Nigeria? I think that is because the regulatory landscape is too rigid and strict for these companies. And when it's rigid and strict, these companies drop in revenue, they have to do a lot of downsizing, they sack workers, and employment increases, and before you know it, crime increases. So I think that in the blockchain space, the SEC is releasing a circular, right? They have a sandbox. CBN is saying, no, we might do things the way we want to do it, right? CBN places a restriction on banks not to trade anything else to do with crypto. And EFCC is there, arresting people who are basically trading crypto on their own. But EFCC calls them scammers and all that. I know there are scammers in the space, definitely. At least some months ago, the video released a meme coin. How many of you are aware? And Nigerians lost millions of dollars from that. But EFCC did not change. Did they change the video? I'm asking you guys. Yeah, but Davido is working freely. So if it covers one person, it should cover everybody. The thing is that in Nigeria, we have laws, but the laws are not effective enough. We have people who are in charge of regulation and policy, but the policies are not really hitting the head. If it's great for the goose, it's good for the gander. So everybody is looking forward to see Nigeria on the African continent really pushing forward for this blockchain policy to be enacted. Because the thing is, right, Web3 and blockchain has employed a lot of young people, both developers, online developers, people who are doing business, people who are, creating solutions, who are building companies, fintech or not. I can tell you right now that thousands of young people are employed by foreign companies and they're working in Nigeria. They're getting their salaries, they're spending in Nigeria. They're bringing in forex to the country. So what are we doing? We're actually contributing to the growth of the economy. Am I making sense, guys? So if we are doing that and the government here is restricting these companies from coming, the other day Microsoft left, I don't know what's going on, and Binance has left, OKX has left, I think that Nigeria can make a lot of millions of dollars from taxing these companies every year if we sit down with these people and say, what do we want? What do you guys want? How do we really make this environment really conducive for you to do business? And I can tell you, in the next 1 year, if the government really sits down, SEC, CBN, and NIDA come together with the private sector to really put hands together to solve this problem, I'm very sure that you will see a lot of young people getting jobs, and these companies come here to register with the CAC and become these local companies that we recognize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Femi. Thank you very much. Some topical points, but I think you landed on it. And I believe the implementation of this policy would definitely address a lot of the matters that you have raised, as our engineer has mentioned earlier. Just final thoughts, Engineer Salisu, after hearing everyone. And also, just some more clarity. How is NITA now going to play an active role in driving this agenda? For example, are you going to create opportunities for education directly or through partners? Are you going to set up, like the SEC mentioned, you have a sandbox that you have created? Are you going to create one like for R&D in general blockchain technology? Is NITA planning things like that? What are we doing to enable this in a very practical way? Final words, sir, very briefly.
I think what I said earlier, particularly going straight to the responsibility we are given to the National Blockchain Steering Committee, which I said is a private sector driven. The implementation plan, if I think when it is out, you see that clear, particularly under the aspect of all those three focus areas, the talent development, the adoptions, and the innovations. There are a lot of initiatives that were marshaled out which assign the responsibilities to all the relevant stakeholders, particularly those from the private sector and of course those from the public sector. The issue of that sandbox, we have a provision to ensure that we have a sandbox, developmental sandbox that can allow use cases to be piloted, POCs, implemented, and implemented with other parties using a PPP model. So the idea is to ensure that at least we optimize the opportunity we have, we pool all resources from the public and private sector, and we educate the society as we are doing this developmental sandbox. Because yes, as it is coming, the knowledge needs to be expanded so that at least not only the developer, the users themselves, they need to know the technology that's coming to them. They need to see how can that be of importance to them, so that on their own they can identify that. And of course, this effort, I'm sure, the government has fully recognized the need to put the necessary mechanism and instrument to ensure that there is healthy utilization of this technology so that we don't fall ourselves victim in other climes of other technologies that I think the country, not only Nigeria, the whole global country found themselves into. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. This has been very, very promising. Clearly, blockchain technology has been recognized as a potential significant value add to our economy. Having our stalwarts, NITA, SEC, and private sector representatives here all championing this shows us that there's huge opportunity for national development, for empowerment of citizens, skills development, and eventually Nigeria taking its place on the global stage as a juggernaut in utilization of blockchain and very, very great use cases, be it in assets, virtual assets, financial inclusion, and so on. So all of us watch this space. Let's look forward to this plan. And when it does come out, let's not be silent. Let's engage. Let's have a public conversation. And let's make this thing real and let it work for us, especially startup businesses that are looking for an opportunity to make a difference. This is a huge blue sky that we can all fly and create value. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was a very insightful panel discussion on blockchain. I'm sure you will agree with me, right? Because it's very important that we understand what Nigeria's blockchain policies, especially as regards to startups, businesses, and it was also good to have the DG and CEO Securities and Exchange Commission to give us the insight into what they are doing about the brouhaha regards blockchain in Nigeria in 2024. So we'll be taking the last panel session. Finally, we are coming and drawing close, and thank you for sticking around with us. This is a very interesting one, and it's for those who have startups. Is there anybody here who owns a company, a startup? Yes, thank you so much. So we're going to be talking about how to scale from local to global, because Nigeria is in the world, on the world map, from entertainment to culture, everyone's business. Everybody's always all about how they can position their business now, and I'm sure that's why you're here. So we'll be calling up on stage, first up, the moderator, Mrs. Bashira Hassan, who is the Policy Advisor, Office of the Director General, NITDA. Please, can we give her a big round of applause? And on the panel session, Mr. Bumi Akinyemiju, who is the CEO of Venture Garden Group, the founder, Venture Garden Group, and the managing partner, Greenhouse Capital. Please, can we give him a big round of applause as he comes up? He leads the VGC and its affiliated companies, and I think he's not here. All right. We also have Mrs. Bashira Hassan, who is the policy advisor of she's the moderator. I will also have Inyoluwa Aboyeji, who is the founding partner of Future Africa. Is he here right now? It's not, okay. We also have Dr. Itoro Ememembolu, who is the director of Afri Labs. Can we have Dr. Itoro here on stage? Please, can we give Dr. Itoro a big round of applause? Please give her a big round of applause. Oh, I thought it was. Can we give her a big round of applause? And Aisha Usman, Enterprise Development Lead, UNDP Innovation Center. Okay, it's an all-female panel because apparently the only man on this panel session is not here. Please give her a big round of applause. Okay, so it's all about startups and entrepreneurship, scaling from local to global stage. So we're still waiting for Mr. Inyoluwa Aboyeji and Mr. Bumi Akinyemiju. Please, let's start.
Okay, thank you very much. I was going to ask the volunteers if they could help us get the CEO of VGC, but I don't know, I'm a bit reluctant. I wanted to remain an all-female panel. But yeah, to add a bit of color and some balance, if we can get the CEO of VGG, that would be great. Mr. Bumi, I think he's in one of the rooms. He just finished his session, so if we could just grab him. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Can we have another round of applause for the all-female panel session, please? Thank you. My name is Bashira Hassan, and I provide advisory support to the Director General of NIDA. I'm here today with these brilliant, lovely ladies here to talk about startups and entrepreneurship, scaling from local to global. If you joined us in the morning, we had, during the keynote and opening session, I think there was a trend where we talked about global collaboration, local transformation. Can we say global collaboration, local transformation? Help me now, you people, please. I know we're the tail end. Just help me. Global collaboration, local transformation. Thank you. I see the women are the ones cooperating. Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves. Thank you. So, thank you. So I would ask my co-panelists here today to just quickly introduce themselves before we take a deep dive into the questions. So I'll start from my right, Mrs. Itoro Emembolu. If you just introduce yourself before Aisha here talks about herself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Basira. My name is Iture Membolu, a board member at AfriLabs. AfriLabs is a network is a Pan-African network of over 470 innovation hubs across 53 of the 54 African countries and in over 227 cities that supports entrepreneurs, startups, and the innovation ecosystem across Africa through the hubs involved there. And I'm also a director of one of the hubs here in Lagos, Nigeria, called TechWestern Academy, where we support young people, build talent, startups, and entrepreneurs, young people, and schools.
Thank you very much. So, Aisha, if you just introduce yourself.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Aisha Akum-Usman, and I'm a youth and social development professional. I'm currently working at UNDP and basically supporting or leading the process of transitioning for young talents in either entrepreneurship pathway or the employment pathway, which is 8 to 5.
Okay, lovely. So we'll just get right into it. Itor, you talked about you being a member of the AfriLabs board, and I know that AfriLabs is a Pan-African organization that tries to, has the largest network of startups, hubs, and what's it called, innovators in Africa. So if you just talk to us a little bit based on your work and interactions, what you think. I mean, talk to us about market entry and expansion strategies. What do you think are the most effective market entry and expansion strategies for African startups entering into new regions? What are the trends that you've seen in the past? And I mean, how can the startups here apply some of these insights to be able to scale into the global markets? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So in terms of market entry, some of the major strategies, I think one I would say is visibility, making sure that you are visible across different areas where you'll be able to meet people and meet organizations, meet investors, and you'll be able to scale. That will support your scaling strategy. Another marketing strategy and a strategy for scaling, I would say, is in terms of collaborations, attending events like this, the GTA, and some of the other events that are coming up, meeting organizations that can support and impact that. That will be one of the other main strategies that I would say we could use to support your scaling strategy.
Okay, thank you very much. Aisha, from UNDP's perspective, can you share some examples of successful public-private partnerships that have helped startups scale internationally?
Okay. So I'm just thinking because we have quite a few, right? And I'm not sure to the depths of what I'm allowed to, information I'm allowed to speak about. But then I'd say recently we just launched our first cohort on the Timbuktu initiative. If you were part of the process, yeah, it was quite big a couple of weeks ago. So we launched 42 startups, a cohort of 42 startups from across Africa, so about 30 African countries. And what we did for that is to, while in the programming process, was to ensure that we are able to, connect them with ecosystems in their own host countries, right? So the essence of that from local to global is that for founders, what you find is without the ecosystem, there's really no product or service that you're trying to, there's really no solution that you're trying to solve because you can only solve them with the existence of an ecosystem, an active ecosystem. So basically just ensuring, one of the things that was very important for us was to ensure that we're able to, connect them back to the ecosystem even when they go back to their countries. because they were in Nigeria for about a couple of days for their boot camp. So just going back to their countries, ensuring that we're able to connect them with industry experts, connect them with mentors and the likes.
Okay. So I'll stay on you, Aisha, a little bit. You talked about the importance of having an active ecosystem. Could you also share other marketing strategies for increasing global visibility? What can some of the startups here, what strategies can they adopt to be able to increase their visibility?
Okay.
I mean, not necessarily just for just startups here, even the startups that you had over at the Timbuktu event. What are some of the strategies that UNDP advocates that they are able to use to scale?
Okay, so at a general level, and it goes across board, UNDP is big on, or rather UNDP promotes localization of products and services. So it's important that you're able to provide a solution to a specific need, because one of the things that you find is market fragmentation. So you find that there are multiple or many small SMEs that are attending to the same need. So what you find is they're not able to penetrate the market because there's a high competition, right? So it's important for startups to be able to identify and really understand what their market needs are. I could give an example. A couple of months ago, I was in Benue State and I was engaging with some of the members of the Agro Innovation Hub, and just touching base. One of the startup founders, he was just explaining to me how, he's looking to scale his business. His business is currently in Benue State, and what he does is connects food markets to consumers through a delivery company, right? So to scale that business, he was sure that he definitely did not want to move to Abuja as a market because there's a dearth of that kind of product and service in Abuja. So the competition is going to be really high. But one other opportunity that he had and was hoping to explore was to explore Jos, because that service is not as popular. So he'll be able to penetrate the market, and he'll also be able to the competition isn't going to be as high, so he'll be able to scale the business successfully.
Okay, thank you very much. So Itoro, in your experience, right, as a member of the AfriLabs board, can you share some of the challenges and barriers that that startups have faced, right, in local markets, and I mean how some of these startups have been able to navigate some of these challenges, right, in line with the AfCFTA agreement, to be able to navigate some of these things to, expand their markets, not just within a regional level to maybe continental level, and then, to a global level as well.
Okay, so some of the challenges, and I'll say the main challenge that most of the startups that we've come across is access to funding. And because of that, it affects their ability to scale. And then, for example, in Nigeria now, even the cost of everything has gone up, so it impacts their operational expenses, and also the access to funding is one of the big aspects of it. And like Aisha had mentioned, the Timbuktu has a fund that kind of like helps with the different centers of excellence. So I think Nigeria is a center of excellence for fintech. There are other centers of excellence that are there to support startups in terms of that. And also in terms of access to funding, one of the ways that AfriLabs has tried to support and address this, we have what they call the Catalytic Fund. That is a fund that is supported by the African Business Angel Network. and implemented through the AfriLabs hubs. So for startups to be able to get on that, they have to like go through one of the AfriLabs hub. And what you get is that for every, it's almost like a matching fund where for every amount that you receive, it is matched by the Catalytic African Fund once you are selected. So if it's below 10,000, they double the amount that you receive. If it's above 20,000, then I think it's triple the amount, but it's not more than 60,000 that can be gotten at any particular transaction. And also in Nigeria, there is the IDICE fund that also supports for the creative, digital enterprises and the creative sectors. So those funds kind of like help to mitigate that. So that's just one of the challenges. Another challenge is infrastructure. So we all experience some of the electricity, the power concerns, the internet concerns, and through the network across Africa. So for example, in Nigeria, we also have the Innovation Support Network. So that is almost like 180 innovation hubs in Nigeria that offer, some of them offer co-working spaces that startups can use and leverage. Our hub also, Tech West STEM Academy, we also offer co-working spaces, internet facilities also that startups could use and can be supported there. Then there's also the skills gap. So there's a skills gap, even access to talents that startups can work with and support that can help them their innovation. And so some of those also within the different innovation hubs, there are mentoring activities, mentoring programs that go on. There are also programs that try to support talent integration into the startups. I'm also a connector on Digital Africa, and one of the Digital Africa programs is called Talent for Startups. So what that does is that talents are trained based on skill sets that are needed by the startups, and then those startups, those talents are now placed in startups to support the work they do, either as interns or as full recipients or full employment. So those are like some of the major bits. And then the other challenge I would like to mention is in terms of market access. And with the AfriLabs network, our network is not only of innovation hubs, we also have partners, developmental partners, we have other organizations, university research that can also support the works of startups. So, and because we are in 53 of the African countries, we are able to support startups to get collaborations or get introductions to new economies they would like to go to or new countries they would like to engage.
Thank you very much. I've been following the work that AfriLab does for some time now, and I mean the catalytic funding that you spoke about is quite. I like the innovativeness of that strategy, right? Matching a fund because it gives some level of ownership, right? And it's quite exemplary. I wanted to ask Aisha, having a global view, right? What do you, I mean, let's talk a bit about the global investment landscape. How does the African funding and investment landscape, how would you say it compares to other regions, right? And what strategies do you think that startups can use to attract global investors? I ask because, with respect to the concern of, fantastic, we have the Timbuktu Fund, right? But we have a very large youth and very vibrant youthful demographic. So we have more innovative ideas coming out of this space. How do you think, what strategies do you think they would be able to adopt to attract more, global funding and investment?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and the way you put it as well. But I think my fellow panelists, she's addressed a bit of it. I'll just highlight it. So in terms of how we're doing, as continent, you said, compared to, it's never enough That's the truth of the matter. Funding is, yes, so funding is never enough because like you mentioned, you rightly mentioned, when we look at the population, over 60% of the African population is youth. So there's a lot of opportunity there. And what I'd say to that is that innovative financing is one of the ways to mitigate this issue. So adopting, creative ways of integrating development funds with commercial funds or like private sector funds is one way, because what that does is it encourages investors to also, or rather, it de-risks investments. Let me put it that way. So it's even easier to, it's more money to go to more initiatives, more young entrepreneurs, startups, and it's also, as much as it is a risk to the investors, there's still the comfort to know that it's not, they are not totally at risk at the same time. And also for the startups, it depends on the level that they're at, right? So there are different levels. They could either be at the idea stage or seed stage, as some call it, or they could be at the early stage or growth and so on, right? So it's important for the startups to also know, to also acknowledge the level that they're at, because that would also help them to know what kind of investment opportunity they are looking towards. So are they looking for grants, or are they looking for seed funding? Or because you find that a seed stage startup is looking towards applying for a grant that is probably meant for a full-fledged startup. So obviously you're not going to get that. But then one of the things that we do at the UNDP, one of the things that we promote is to provide platforms where we're able to strengthen and build the capacities of these young entrepreneurs through either accelerator programs or through capacity building initiatives, connect them to training institutions, connect them to mentors, connect them to a wider ecosystem that would help them thrive.
Thank you very much. I've just been informed that our last speaker, the person that is supposed to sprinkle a little bit of the male energy to our group here, has arrived. So allow me to introduce Mr. Bumi Akinyemiju, who is the CEO of Venture Garden Group. A round of applause for him, please. I know people want us to round up, but he's here, so let's just take him on stage. Thank you for joining us. So if you could just introduce yourself quickly, and then before we throw our question to you.
Thank you very much, and my apologies for running late. My name is Bumi Akinyemiju. I'm CEO of Venture Garden Group. Venture Garden Group is a group of technology companies where we essentially find hard problems and then we build a company around it. So we have about 15 companies under the group. And then also I run a venture capital firm called Greenhouse Capital, where we've invested in about 65 tech companies across Africa and the Middle East.
Thank you very much. So I'll just go ahead and ask you 2 questions before we wrap up. Let's talk a bit about future trends. You've been at this for some time now, for quite some time now, and with your experience, what can you say are the emerging trends and technologies that are likely to shape the future of startups and entrepreneurship? And how do you think that African startups can position themselves to take advantage of some of these opportunities?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. In terms of emerging trends, I would say the number one is probably everything around digital assets, digital currency, the future of money, and things like that. I think that's a big one. Why? Devaluation problems, right? 2, geopolitical problems, right? 3, trade is so challenging, right? You want to do trade, but you can't find FX, right? 4, you want to travel to a different country. The price of ticket just went 3x just because, so I think there's a lot of reasons to think that, financial services, infrastructure is going to be very different in the future, right? So I think that's one. Second one that's very obvious is AI, right? So AI means that we are going to be a lot more efficient at doing things that we do. AI may mean that there's some jobs that are displaced that are no longer necessary. AI also means that maybe there's some new, productivity and wealth that's created depending on which side of the coin that you're on. So I think that's the second one. I think the third mega trend that I will talk about that's really emerging is I think the future of work is also going to be very different. I think I see a future where everybody is their own Bumi Inc., right? And so instead of thinking about like a job as a job, everybody is a gig worker, just like everybody can be an Uber driver and you're earning money and you are your own boss, essentially. I see a world where almost every job is like that. And I think how we get ready for that type of world as a company today, do I need to go and hire 200 people or could I have 200 gig workers, right? So I think those are 3 emerging trends that I think is going to affect us both as individuals, as entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much. You mentioned very salient points about some of the trends to look out for. And today we've talked a lot about AI, which I agree with you. But whilst some people argue that AI would displace a few people, I also believe that it will create more jobs, really, right? So essentially, it's for everyone to get ready. They're telling me that I have about 5 minutes, so I'll ask you one last question before we get off the stage. I want us to talk about success stories and lessons learned, right? What do you think are what lessons have you learned throughout the course of your journey, right? What are some of the lessons that you've learned to scale globally? What are those stories that startups here, right, early stage startups can emulate? What are some of the things that you think you did absolutely right? And what are some of the things that you think that, you had to revisit? You had to think through and say, you know what, I should have done this differently. Can you share some of those stories?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe one of the not so success stories I'll share is when I first moved back to Nigeria. This was 2010, 2009, 2010. It was clear to me as an entrepreneur, they always say, okay, find a hard problem, solve it, create value for somebody, and then you have a successful business, right? I thought it was that easy. So my first company, my first product idea for Nigeria was actually to solve the foreign exchange stability problem for Nigeria. So I went to the central bank and I had a fantastic demo about how, the FX market could be more automated, more transparent, buy, sell, et cetera, et cetera. I had 15 meetings over a 1-year period. Needless to say, the reality today says the story. But it was clear to me that it was a big problem. It was clear to me that if I solve the problem, if I'm part of solving the FX stability problem through technology and transparency and some of these different things, that Nigeria will be a better place. What wasn't clear to me was you have to think about the socio-political, ecosystem that you're dealing with, to put it lightly, right? And then also, what wasn't clear enough to me was that you also need to have the right. So, for example, I learned the value of a board, I learned the value of like having big older people with names on there. I think that's the kind of big lesson I learned. So eventually, maybe after 3-4 years, I built out a board. When people always ask, you know, who is your godfather? Who is your godfather? I say, must you have a godfather to solve a problem? But I think the lesson learned there is a lesson of building out a board. So 3 years later, I went out, found the former U.S. ambassador to Nigeria, begged her to join our board. I found a reputable lawyer, you know, in the country, got him to do our legal services for us and be on our board. Luckily for us, that lawyer ended up being Professor Shibajo, who became the vice president of Nigeria later on. But we didn't plan it that way, right? We just said, hey, who are reputable people who know what they're doing that we could bring on? We brought Ernest Abbey, who was a former central bank, you know, deputy governor, because from my prior failure, I saw that, hey, if I had somebody with some, not just some young techie person that says they want to solve FX stability, you know. So yeah, those are my lessons.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for the speakers here today. Thank you for sharing your success story. I think one of the key things for me is you understood the importance of failing early. You understood that failure doesn't necessarily mean that you did not have to try again. Really, you reevaluated your position, what you had done, and then you tried again using a different approach. Because they say doing the same thing over and over again with the same method without any change is madness, essentially. Just last words before we leave. I understand that while Nigeria has a way of humbling us, I think it's also filled with a lot of surprises, right? One of the examples you gave is that you came in with so much vim, and after some time, you strove for excellence, really, right? And for me, that was what stood out in all that we do as a startup. It's not just, we go rough farm or we'll do it anyhow we want to do, right? You said, what can I do right? And that's one key takeaway from me from this conversation. If you want to scale from local to global, you have to strive for excellence, because I believe that these are some of the things that investors and the global markets are looking out for. The likes of AfriLab, for them to be able to support you. The likes of UNDP, for them to be able to fund your business, for them to give you a platform to thrive and to become competitive in the global market. You have to incorporate some excellence, and you have to be deliberate about it. On that note, I would like to thank the panelists for their time and for indulging us here today. It has been a lovely day, and I'm sure that most of us are just thinking about how to get out of this space to face the Lagos traffic. I wish you all a lovely day. Thank you very much. Clap for us now.
All right, you would agree with me that was a very excellent way to close today's event. I would like to thank everyone for sticking this far with us. The startup stage, from the first speaker and panelist to the last speaker and panelist, thank you so much. I'm sure we've had a good time, right? If I call someone up to testify, I'm sure they would testify of the goodness of this session. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And there's also a panel session going on cosmetics at the Epicenter. So if you still want to be part of that, you can move to the Epicenter. And this is where we wrap up. My name is Tolulope Ajibola, and I'm your host. It's been an exciting time being your host for the startup stage for the GTA conference, the first day. So thank you, everyone. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
James Bond, oh my God. People think say na grace I be na kuloti mo gbe to je kori mi ya were. Feel like I just away kalakuta. I dey get to possess me, let me show mercy, egbe mi gently, Allah protect me yo. Emi rọra gbe mi say akuba, emi ma pa mi. Oya, o ti di ọmọ kata o, o se pe ko se panta o, ta o, is your mind over matter o. Give them different pattern, it is Latin. We body go my gagao, we on me get me band, go my shadow. Energy or the knockout, energy. Go me jiggy. Oh jiggy, shiggy, I mean, CBD. Oh yeah, moonlight Becca. How many if we don't drop shanka? Baby bend down, it's a Beckham. If your guy dollar, make you shanka. Oh, you tight, it's a bra, go Malabar. Oh, the back or back, ja, any job, was a job, was it law, metaverse, was a paraday with the lamba. Oh, yeah, bra, give me the gra. If it's not money, what are you saying, bra? Yo, we know the drum for the gram. Blow chop for my head, be with the gram. Yeah, go see the Yamaka, go see,